Thank you. Welcome councillors, staff and community members that have joined by webcast. Whilst we continue to see restrictions easing, we continue to hold our meetings in accordance with the public health order that currently restricts large gatherings in confined spaces and requirements in physical distancing. We have to ensure our community, staff and the councillors are all safe, and that includes creating safe environments. It is for these reasons at present that we are unable to have the public attend in person. That includes continuing to hold our meetings remotely. The situation is evolving and one that we will continue to monitor in consultation with the staff and the councillors. Our priority is the safety of everybody. With that in mind, we will monitor the circumstances week to week and consider all the factors. Recent media reports suggest that New South Wales could possibly be on the brink of a second COVID-19 wave. And whilst we continue to experience eased restrictions, it is still imperative that we, the community, all of us remain vigilant. This is not the time to become complacent. We need everybody to continue to play their role in assisting with what we know is the restrictions. Please still continue to practice good hand hygiene and act responsibly. Avoid crowded places that would limit you being able to be physically distant from others. Take care of yourself and show care towards others. I encourage the community to remain up to date with current information through the federal and state government websites. For council-run facilities and events, please check the website. I now declare the public forum open. We are holding the public forum today to hear from community members who have requested to speak on items before the council's meeting tonight. As previously advised, that due to technical constraints, we're unable to hold the public forum with those via audio-visual link. However, the following written submissions were received prior to the meeting and have been distributed to all councillors. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land of which we meet, the Dark and Young people, pay my respects to the elders past and present and emerging. Do any councillors or staff have any conflicts of interest to disclose in the matters being discussed at the forum, which is the item, it's 6.3 significant tree register? No, I see no hands. Great, thank you, councillors. I'd like to advise that those that are watching by webcast that the submission received for tonight's meeting was required to submit their speech and ensure that it could be read out within the 3 minutes. I now ask Ms. Shane Sullivan, Unit Manager of Governance and Business Services, to read out the submissions for the record.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The submission is from Joy Cooper in relation to item 6.3, Notice of Motion Significant Tree Register. To answer the question which the Director took on notice at the last council meeting, there was a zero cost for residents in the Gosford area to submit a tree for addition to the Significant Tree Register of Gosford Council. An A4 form was to be completed and submitted for consideration. Gosford Council had a published and valued register which was easily accessible for all to view. The register was created by asking residents and groups to nominate trees in their suburbs, and the register was formed many years ago. Since the amalgamation, I've observed the register having less and less visibility, and even an attempt by staff in their lack of inclusion in the tree policy, attempting to persuade councillors to not even have a register. Fortunately for us, the councillors valued this register, and rather than have it lost, it was included and was to be expanded to the Wyong area as well. I congratulate the councillors for this. Our region shouldn't be homogenised with Sydney, but we should be showing off, highlighting and differentiating our uniqueness and beauty. I find it astounding that it has taken 11 months for the register to be reactivated and be back on the council website, and residents being asked to nominate trees for inclusion in the register. How can this possibly be when it took 2 weeks from a parking strategy for a motion to be brought to council for a multi-level car park in Gosford with 2,260 metres squared on the back of house kitchens, yet a tree register took 11 months? One has to question the focus. The extensive community consultation with the Community Strategic Plan 1 Central Coast clearly showed the Central Coast community valued the natural environment, and visitors to the coast did as well. This being the case, a significant tree register should be embraced and adopted post-haste, and the business and tourism communities also advocating for its retention and expansion. A significant tree register and current technology should allow for locals and visitors to our area to download an app to be able to either take a drive to all local historical significant trees or all significant trees in their suburb. The significant tree register in the past has allowed me to have a deep understanding of the trees in our area and the love others have of particular trees. The 2 London plane trees on the Henry Parry Drive eastern side of the Gosford Council building were planted there because they were the favourite trees of the recently passed Malcolm Brooks OAM, who is a former mayor and state Liberal member of Parliament. These trees and knowledge of these and other trees help to make this area unique and add to the layers of understanding and history of the area. A significant tree register allows others to have that educational record as a landscape amenity, as well as the functional purpose, historic, Aboriginal or botanical horticultural importance of the trees on the register. Residents of the area should be encouraged to be part of the input of the register, not financially penalised for wanting to have a tree included. Pride, love and understanding of an area are what make our suburbs and community strong and nature inclusive. Sadly, staff have looked at the significant tree register as a burden rather than an asset. Sincerely, Joy Cooper. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Ms Sullivan. I now declare the public forum closed. The council meeting will commence at 6:30 p.m. Thank you.
So what were we meant to do? We have to stay in this meeting, so we just...
Take your camera off. Oh, you've gone on to, yep.
So you're going to... Okay. So
not me.
I'll just put my video and mute on, but I don't leave the meeting. That's correct.
Turn your camera off.
Yep.
Yep.
And my mute.
Sound check.
Loud and clear, Councillor Hogan.
Now can you hear me? Yes? Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin. Sorry, councillors, members of the community, slight issue with the headset. Welcome to the 13th of July 2020 Central Coast Ordinary Meeting. To our viewers tonight, we continue to hold our meetings in accordance with the public health order that currently restricts large gatherings in confined spaces and requirements in physical distancing. Council have a responsibility to ensure our community, our staff and councillors are all safe, and this includes a safe environment. It is for those reasons that at present we continue to hold our ordinary meetings remotely, including public forums. This situation is evolving and one that will continue to be monitored in consultation with staff and the councillors. Our priority is safety of our community, staff and councillors. It's with that in mind that we will monitor circumstances week to week and consider all factors. This is not the time to become complacent. We all need to play our part in reducing the risk of the second wave in our community by ensuring we continue to follow physical distancing requirements. If you're unwell, get tested and stay at home. Practice good hand hygiene and act responsibly. Avoid crowded places that would limit you to being able to be physically distancing yourself from others. Take care of yourself and show care toward others. I encourage the community to remain up to date with current information through federal and state government websites. For council-run facilities and events, please check our website. Thank you. I will now hand over to the CEO, Mr. Murphy, to run through some specifics of the meeting tonight. Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight's ordinary council meeting will be conducted remotely. This is in accordance with the amendment to the Local Government Act 1993, Section 747A, COVID-19 Pandemic Special Provisions Clause 1A1. This amendment commenced on the 25th of March 2020 and has been put in place for a period of 6 months, but can be extended to a period of 12 months to ensure the safety of the councillors, staff and the public. Councillors, you're still required to adhere to the relevant policies and procedures, including the Code of Meeting Practice and Code of Conduct. I note that councillors have been provided guidelines on how the ordinary meeting will be conducted tonight, but for those attending via webcast, I would like to advise the following. Councillors will be required to move or second an item by way of showing of hand, indicate they wish to speak on any item by showing of hand. Once identified, the councillor will have 3 minutes to speak when the Mayor calls on them. Ask questions by showing of hand, and if required, the relevant executive leadership team member will become visible for the question to be asked or responded to. For any other items, showing of hand is required. Remain visible during the meeting. If they are no longer visible, they will be determined to have left the room. Voting will be conducted by a show of hands, and the Mayor will call off the names for and against. Councillors are asked to keep their hand visibly raised for their vote. Those councillors or staff who have pecuniary interest on items, they will be removed from the webcast during discussion and returned once completed. If there are any technical issues during the meeting, the Mayor will be advised accordingly and provide those in attendance an update. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I remind councillors and staff that this meeting is being recorded and webcast, so please be mindful of what you say. Please make sure that you turn your electronic devices to silent and ensure that you are free from any interruptions, as it will make it hard for you to hear what's going on. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land, the Dark and Young people, on which we meet today, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Councillors, are there any apologies for tonight's meeting or requests for leaves of absence? I note that Councillor Marquette was granted a leave of absence in the ordinary meeting on the 22nd of June 2020. Councillors, are there any further for leave of absence? No? Do I have a mover that we accept or that we acknowledge? Councillor Vincent, second by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, I'll move on to item 1.1, disclosures of interest. Councillors, I note already that we have Councillor Holstein, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor McGregor and Councillor Burke. Is there anybody else that I need to record for a disclosure? Councillor Smith, I'll add you to that list. Nobody else? Okay, I will start with Councillor Holstein, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I declare on the item 3.7, the Gosford Regional Library design opportunity, as my part-time employer is a tenant of the Parkside building, which is the place of location. Also 4.7, working together, staying together, as one of my other part-time employers was a successful applicant in the working together, staying strong grant. So while they're not a pecuniary interest, they're significant, and I will not partake in any debate on either item.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillor Hogan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to declare pecuniary interest on item 4.7, working together, staying together, the COVID grants, as I work with just about all of the recipients of the grants there. So I see it as a pecuniary interest, and I will be leaving the chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hogan. Councillor Sundstrom.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to declare pecuniary interest on item 2.1, the agency consultation submission, planning proposal 250 Reef Street, Somersby. I'm declaring pecuniary interest because
it's muted. Yeah, I can go left.
Councillor.
because I'm an alternate delegate to the Joint Regional Planning Panel, and I might be required to consider this item in that forum. Councillors appearing in that forum, participating in that forum, are paying a fee, so it's a pecuniary interest. I won't be debating or voting on the matter.
Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom. Councillor McGregor, where are you? Oh, there you are. Sorry, Councillor McGregor. Oh, that was me. My apologies. Sorry.
Okay, all good. I'll be declaring a significant pecuniary interest in item 2.1, as I'm one of Council's delegates to the Joint Regional Planning Committee, and the committee will be considering this application. So I'll be stepping out of the meeting for that one.
Great, thank you. Councillor Burke.
Madam Mayor, yes, item 2.1, a joint, I'm on the Joint Regional Planning panel, and so I won't be attending that 2.1, and I'll be leaving the meeting. It's a pecuniary interest. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, it's not an actual interest I'm declaring, but I just wanted to note that I'm also an alternate on the Joint Regional Planning Panel. However, I will be staying and participating on item 2.1, but I will not participate in the Joint Regional Planning Panel on that matter. So as an alternate, I have only ever attended one meeting, and if it did arise that I was required to sit on the panel, I would excuse myself and declare a conflict on this matter at the panel if that came to be. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So it's just for noting.
Great, thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillors, do I have any more declaration of interest? No, therefore do I have a mover for the motion? Councillor Gar, second by Councillor Hogan. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Best. Sorry. This is the disclosure of interest. Are you voting? I'll unmute you, sorry. Oh, you're having troubles, are you? Okay, right. Okay, thank you, unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we move on to item 1.2, which is the confirmation of minutes of the previous meeting. Do I have a mover? Councillor Holstein, seconded by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Best can't hear. Oh, he's a hand up. Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, we'll move on to item 1.3, which is notice to deal with matters in closed session. I note that we have one item to be dealt with, is 7.1. Do I have a mover of that motion? Councillor Sundstrom, second by Councillor Hogan. All those in favour, please raise your hand. So we have Councillor Holstein, Councillor Matthews, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Burke, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor McLaughlin. I'm unsure what Councillor Best is doing. Against Councillor Pillen, Councillor Greenaway, and Councillor Gar. I declare the motion carried. Perhaps Councillor Best, whilst you're having some technical difficulties, can you use the chat button at all? No? Okay. Councillors will now move to a procedural motion to deal with matters by the exception method. The exception method is where some of the business is resolved as a group and in accordance with the recommendations in the business paper. We've already identified by councillors for debate, and I will now call the items that, I will now call the items that we will be discussing for tonight's meeting. So far we have item 2.1, which is the agency consultation submission for Reef Street, Summersby. We have 3.1, the land transaction policy. 3.2, continuation of level 1 water restrictions. 3.4, councillor remuneration. 3.7, Gosford Regional Library design opportunity. 6.1, the notice of motion, the request for the CEO to investigate revenue options and modelling for the council. 6.2, ruling out rotting red bins. 6.3, notice of motion, significant tree register. Councillors, are there any other matters to be called before tonight? No? Okay, councillors, I'll therefore get a motion that we move the following items en masse. Okay, so, yep, so do I have a mover for that? Councillor Vincent, seconded by Councillor Gall. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Shane, unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, our first item for debate is item 2.1, starred by Councillor Smith. So it's in your court, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. There is a motion on the screen that is just slightly different to the recommendation that was in the business paper. So it basically requests that we include in the submission from Council reference to the Sydney Regional Environment Plan, number 8. Also consider or ask for consideration of flooding impacts and also further discussion about COS. And other than that, it should be the same as what was in the business paper. So I'll move that, Madam Mayor, if I've got a seconder.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Greenaway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I did just want to highlight, and look, I didn't want to spend a lot of time on this. I want to thank staff for their work on considering this proposal and preparing the first submission and then this second submission. I think they have highlighted some of the considerations in this proposal. It is an extremely sensitive location. And
excuse me, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I'm still in I haven't been removed.
Sorry.
Sorry,
just wait for a second.
You're the last one to be removed. We'll
Thank you.
get you moved. Thank you. There you go. He's now been removed.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I was just commenting that...
Councillor Holstein. Sorry.
Am I right to proceed?
I believe so.
All right, so I was just commenting that this is an extremely sensitive location and the staff have done a good job in identifying some of the issues in this location. However, I did want to just make reference to the Sydney Regional Environmental Plan, number 8. It was developed many years ago and it is about recognising the significance of that Central Coast Plateau area. So it does seek to, you know, look at how to meet the needs or how to protect the prime and agricultural land in the plateau, the extractive industries that are there, and also the sensitive environmental features. So the submission or this motion will make sure that the submission from Council references that Sydney Regional Environmental Plan and the fact that it does require extra attention to be paid to some of the environmental values. I did also note that this location is in the upper catchment of Narara Creek, and we know that Narara Valley at times has had significant flooding issues. And so again, the submission just highlights that that those potential flooding issues need to be very clearly articulated and considered in this proposal, that whatever happens on this site doesn't further exacerbate some of those flooding issues. And then the other matter is that this land is identified for COS, and so it really just requests that there be further discussion with the Department of Planning about the mechanism to look at how to bring or to protect those appropriate lands for COS. So, Madam Mayor, I commend the motion to the Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Greenaway.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to support this motion put together by Deputy Mayor Smith. And truly, when you look at the detail, you really have to pay tribute to the work that she does behind the scenes. So for anyone who is concerned about their interests not being protected, I think Councillor Smith should allay those fears. I did want to just let councillors know, and I'm sure you do realise, but emphasise, I guess, that this motion is only asking that our submission be amended. Like, we're not the decision-making authority here. We're just amending the submission to make sure that these things are included. And in relation to Narara, Narara does extend into Wyong Ward. And so this is an example where something which ostensibly is in someone else's ward does have an impact in another ward. So I do, again, thank Councillor Smith for her efforts on this motion, because, you know, it takes care of so many aspects of our environment and our community, and the prospect of flooding in the Narara Valley is probably not something that a lot of people would have considered when they're looking at something up at Somersby. So anyway, I commend the motion and I hope we are able to vote it for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. Do I have any speakers against the motion on the screen? No. Therefore, do I have any questions? Councillor Holstein.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to point out a couple of things and question. Councillor Greenaway did touch upon the aspect that Council's not the consent authority in regard to that. We gave that right away, which I'm not overly pleased about, but that's the decision of the Council. So I do thank the staff for the extent of the submission. I do thank Councillor Smith for the inclusion, and particularly on the Narara, when I raised it in an early conversation with her. It does have a significant impact. If you're aware of the flooding history in the late 1980s, early 1990s, it has a severe impact onto the lower Narara Valley floodplain. I suppose the only other comment I want to make, Madam Mayor, is I really thought Council should have been in a better position. Why Councillor decided to relinquish that right of consent is probably conjecture on a couple of fronts, but really we should be involved in these developments for the very reason that the staff have pointed out in regard to this one. I think there was 2 at the time. The other one was Carry On, which has already now gone to the government, and then will be this one as well. It's disappointing, to say the least, but I thank Councillor Smith for her contribution, and it'll be interesting to see what of the council officers' consideration are taken up by the consent authority.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillor Best, you have a question?
You hear me okay?
I can, yep.
Good. Audio issues back at this end. I just want to ask the staff, this amendment that we're looking at, or amendment to the motion, has this got any material effect on what we were originally considering, Gary? Or to your staff, Gary?
Mr. Murphy.
Material effect.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I will ask Mr. Cox to comment on that. I do note that the Deputy Mayor was in discussions with Mr. Cox and his staff prior to the meeting, but Mr. Cox, can you comment on the specifics, please, to respond to Councillor Best?
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Best, just to clarify your question, what do you mean by in terms of material effect?
Well, I have audio issue here and I couldn't hear the complete read in by Councillor Smith.
Oh, okay, yep.
So
Yep.
I have to ad-lib this a bit, but is there anything in there, Scott, that would significantly affect what we are trying to do or trying to create at this last minute? You understand my...
Yep. For the councillors, I can go through some of the advice that was given to Councillor Smith this afternoon and just talk to the staff submission. The original staff submission put forward identifies a number of issues with the site, particularly we're asking that a site-specific development control plan be developed, so you get orderly development of the area. We're also looking at some possible LEP clauses that that can assist in managing the sedge lands and you know, threatened species for the site, so that we just don't get a 14-lot carve up. That there's actually some thought given to where the boundaries adjustments are and some other way of getting some further protection on the site. We also are asking that the site be biocertified prior to being gazetted, so that DAs can be lodged without, you know, so there's more certainty to development having that up front. In terms of Councillor Smith's suggested changes, the SREP, Sydney Regional Environmental Plan, does apply to the site. It's more related to development applications though, not so much planning proposals. However, the next stage is a development application, so there probably is a nexus there. And also too, that just needed council, just not to, in case a development application does come forward, that you don't preempt council's position. Bearing in mind though that the local planning panel is now the consent authority, so it's probably least of a risk. And I think that the fact that, you know, council is particularly concerned is a relevant point to put to the panel. In terms of Narara Creek, may have some validity to it. It's only a low density rural residential subdivision rezoning. However, again, it's something that council could put on the radar of the regional planning panel to consider any particular flooding impacts downstream. And in terms of the COS strategy, in terms of acquisition, it is identified as a site for future COS acquisition. So it's relevant to have that on the table, you know, to put it on the radar of the Darganjung and the Department of Planning. Council staff have already met with the Darganjung about potential acquisition. There's been limited interest at this stage. However, it could be reinforced through a submission to the department.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
Are there any further questions of the staff, councillors? Again, I ask anybody wish to speak against it. No. Councillor Smith, I'll write a reply. No, you're still on mute.
No need to reply, Madam Mayor.
Right, thank you. Councillors, I'll then therefore move the recommendations. Moved by Councillor Smith, second by Councillor Greenaway. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Holstein. All those against? Councillor Pillen, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Gale, Councillor Best. I declare the motion carried. Thank you, councillors. We'll wait for our colleagues to rejoin the meeting. Welcome back, Councillor Burke. Councillor, it's waiting on Councillor McGregor. We seem to have lost Councillor McGregor. Sorry, councillors in community, we're just waiting on one more councillor. Could I ask Ms. Sullivan just to check on Councillor McGregor? Oh, there he is. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Everybody's back now. Councillors, we move on to item number 3.1, which is the land transaction policy. Councillor Smith, you called it.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I do just have an alternate motion that I'd like to put forward. It is up on the screen. It's it's not an amendment. It's the actual motion. I'll just see. Sorry, I'll just mention. Basically, it is to put the policy out on exhibition and then just get a report to come back to council. That's the intent of the motion.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Vincent, is that a second? Second or yeah? Okay. Okay, Councillor Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So again, not a lot to say on this. It's a draft policy to replace the former policies of Gosford and Wyong. There are some things that I'd probably like to consider a bit more and potentially change when it comes back to council. However, at this point, I thought it was worthwhile just putting it out on exhibition and then getting that report back for councillors to consider any potential changes. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Vincent. Councillor Vincent, can you unmute, because I don't think we heard you. No, cannot hear you.
Hang on.
Oh, I can hear you now. That's better. Yeah, you
now?
don't wish to speak?
Nothing to add to that, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Best, do you have a question? I'll come to you.
Thank you. Thank you. We're all having a bit of audio tonight. Oh, sorry, I can't. These don't work, do they? Can you hear me all right?
Yes, can hear you.
Got to get rid of the headset. It's playing up. Right, so we've got a Councillor Smith motion on 3.1 on this screen that council place the draft blah blah land transaction policy on public exhibition. Correct? That's what we're talking about right now.
That's correct. That's what's currently up. That's right.
On my other machine here, 2.1. Yeah, okay. Okay, I couldn't hear, so hang on. What page number are you on, Lisa, please?
If I'm going to tell you, I don't have page numbers, Councillor Best, unfortunately.
Well, I don't have the index
61.
up.
61.
61?
Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom.
61. Good, that's good. You got a couple of good things, all right, Jeff. Dolphins, mate. 61.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. No, that's all right. I couldn't hear which one you were referring to. No, the question is redundant. Thank you very much for confirming. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any? Thanks, Councillor Best. Any further? Oh, Councillor Gale. My apologies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question through you, please, through to Director Cox. Can I please get some understanding, Director Cox, on what this change will mean operationally? with regards to going on public exhibition for the 28 days. Does that put us back just the 28 days, or is there more of an impact than what would meet the eye on this particular change motion?
My understanding that this is for Mr. Martello, not Mr. Cox.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Thank you.
Yeah, councillors, just for the heads up, just say you have a question of the staff, and then each staff know who needs to answer the questions, and we'll kind of get somebody popping up. So it should be fine. Mr. Martello.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Gale, the change to the motion is essentially just varying on the recommendation number 3 that said previously that council directly adopt the draft policy should no submissions be received. The change essentially ensures that the policy will be brought back to council regardless of whether submissions are received or not. The revoking of the following policies under the former Gosford Council and the Wyong Council, there were also recommendations as far as revoking policies that now become redundant with this new draft. Those policies can be revoked upon the endorsement of the draft. So in material terms, there's no impact to what staff have proposed.
Thank you, Director Martello.
Thank you.
Councillor Gale, any further questions?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillors, any further questions? Anybody speaking against the motion? No. Councillor Smith, right of reply?
No, that's fine, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. All those in favour of the motion moved by Councillor Smith, second by Councillor Vincent, all raise your hands. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Best, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Burke, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor McGregor. All those against? Councillor Gale. I declare the motion carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, we're moving on to item 3.2, which is the continuation of level 1 water restrictions. Councillor Gale, did you want to move this motion? Yes. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Holstein, Councillor Gale, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank staff for the report that they've put up. Mr. Drury, Mr. Kemp, and Director Jamie Loader. I think it's prudent and being environmentally responsible to continue with the water restrictions level 1 rather than reverting back to water-wise rules. I think at the moment, given COVID-19 and the global pandemic and the uncertainty around a possible next outbreak, it would be sensible of us to continue that particular restriction. It's worthwhile mentioning, I think, that traditionally, almost 25% of Central Coast residents leave the Central Coast to attend to work, be that Sydney or Newcastle. And with the lockdown and potential future lockdowns, we're looking at having those up to 25% back on the coast. So I think it is to be prudent, and I'm moving the staff recommendation, and I hope my colleagues will support me on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Councillor Holstein.
Really nothing to add, Madam Mayor. I think Councillor Gale mentioned it all. Exceptional report from the staff, and I thank their interaction with myself and the other councillors in formulating it and getting ideas and the thoughts and the consensus of the council. I know it's been, it can be a difficult time. There was a lot of concern as we were reducing our water levels, and lo and behold, it didn't come to fruition. But this is prudent, as Councillor Gale said, and I congratulate the staff on the report, and I hope all councillors will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Are there anybody speaking against the motion? No. I know, Councillor Best, you have a question. I was just asking. Anybody speaking against? No. Councillor Best, your question?
To Mr. Loader, Jamie, I'd like to make comment maybe after he speaks if he doesn't quite cover off what I want, but can you hear me, Jamie, Mr. Loader?
Yes, Councillor Best.
Oh, you're down there, right, okay. Look, you and I discussed this some time ago, you know, the irony of us going into restrictions during a flood on the 8th of February was an interesting learning curve for us. We've got a massive 29 people watching tonight, and they might not know what we're doing here. So do you think as the director, you might just snapshot what it is you're really chasing down here? I mean, there's a lot of words on this page of 1 to 4, but maybe give you the opportunity to give us a quick snapshot, Jamie, as new director.
Sure. Thank you, Councillor Best. Through you, Madam Mayor. I guess there are two components to what we're asking Council to consider tonight. The first of which is to remain on level 1 water restrictions, even if we do hit the current 55% trigger level in Mangrove Creek Dam, which the current trigger level to remove water restrictions is currently at. So that's the first part, and that's based really on the fact that through the winter months, not a lot of people use a lot of water for external use, and level 1 really only applies to restricting the use of water outside the home. So we don't feel that there's going to be any real major impost on the community. It is a prudent and conservative approach, I guess, to preserving the water supply, and I guess we're recommending that we revisit this situation in November, coming into summer, so we can see what's happened over the next few months. There is, there are rains predicted over the next few months, so let's have a look at it in November. The second part is around how the triggers actually operate, and currently, as soon as we hit the numerical value in the table, that automatically means that we move through those restriction levels. And just choosing my language carefully, what we're proposing is that as we progress as we tighten restrictions, we'll continue to do that as soon as we hit the trigger levels. However, when it comes to easing those restrictions, we're recommending that when we hit that trigger level, we would report to Council and provide Council with the information on the current supply status, what the long-range weather forecast looks like, what the health of the system is, and a bit of an insight into what other water authorities surrounding us are doing to enable Council to make an informed decision on whether or not to come to ease off on those restrictions. So that's the second part of the report.
Councillor Best.
What's MCD at tonight?
It's currently at 54.5%.
And Marty?
Marty's at 68%.
We're not pumping?
We don't pump up to Mangrove Creek Dam until Marty reaches 70%. But I'm sure you've seen the weather forecast over the next week or so. We're anticipating that we'll hit that and
24 hours.
Pumping up. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd echo the sentiments of Mr. Loader, Jamie, that this is a very much a common sense approach to what has been something that has confused our community. We talk about COVID restrictions being confusing. Well, you recall we went into restrictions during the flood on the 8th, the infamous 8th of February, which we might be repeating tomorrow night, with 20 to 40 mils coming down, and repeated after that with 50 to maybe 60 knot gusts for the next day or two. Trees down shortly. So I think this is good that we don't have to kind of go as we went into restrictions, and then we came back out of restrictions. If my memory serves me correctly, we were going to come back out again in a very short space of time. So it is very confusing to people, and this, from what I read in the tea leaves, gives the staff a bit more flexibility. It gives them more time before they come back to the chamber. And let's face it, we as councillors get a lot of pressure from a whole lot of different areas, and sometimes we aren't exactly holistically objective to some of the decisions we make. And I think the staff input will be much more beneficial at these critical times. But as Jamie said, I think we're about to get a hell of a lot of water. I'll choose my words carefully there. A lot of water. Okay, thanks, Jamie. Thanks for the effort behind the scenes too. It's not lost on me. Appreciate your effort. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Best. There are no speakers against, therefore I'll go to write a reply. Councillor Gale.
I waive that right. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. I'll therefore put the motion as moved by Councillor Gale, second by Councillor Holstein. All those in favour, please raise your hand. That's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We're now moving on to item 3.4, councillor remuneration. Councillor Vincent, you called this one. Are you moving it, Councillor Vincent?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. No, I just called it so that it could be voted on, and I won't be moving it.
Okay, councillors, do I have a mover for the motion? Oh, sorry. Councillors, before we go into this, Mr. Murphy needs to say something. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, it has been raised in terms of councillors supposedly voting on their own remuneration. I draw councillors to the duties of disclosure on page 119 of the report. And in the Model Code of Conduct, Part 4, pecuniary interest provides 1.6, you do not have to disclose the following interest for the purpose of this part: an interest relating to the payment of fees to councillors, including the Mayor and Deputy Mayor. So the fixing of the annual fees, which is the subject of this report, is not a pecuniary interest for the purposes of Part 4 of the Model Code of Conduct. And so each councillor, the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor, have no obligation to disclose any interest to this ordinary meeting of council, and are entitled to participate in the discussion and voting on the business as set out in the paper. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Councillor Best will move the motion. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Holstein. Councillor Best.
I said I would move, Madam Mayor. I didn't say what I would move.
Oh.
I will move as the mover now. I would move, Mr. Murphy, you may assist in crafting this for us to get it correct. I think one, that council notes the determination by the local government's remuneration tribunal, blah, blah, blah. So I think one can stay, can it not? The council fix the annual rates. What I want to reflect, Mr. Murphy, is that council not receive any further increases as outlined by the local government remuneration tribunal. Some words to that effect in 2 might focus the motion I wish to craft, and that 3 be reflected in keeping with 2, and of course 4. So you would need to package up 3 and 4 to reflect 2, that we do not receive an increase in our councillor allowances.
So I take it, Councillor Holstein, you're out of that. Sorry, Councillor Holstein, I need to unmute you. Sorry, Councillor Holstein, you're not on mute. You need to unmute.
Can I unmute, Chris?
You asked Councillor Best, was he moving the recommendation?
Well, that's what I did say, and he did say he would move.
I don't follow what he's saying there, so I don't support that. So
okay, so you'll remove your name from that.
I think Councillor McLaughlin understands what I'm saying.
It's a pity, unfortunately, councillors, you could have flagged this one earlier. So
yep.
Moving on the run. Thank you.
Okay. That council fix the annual fees to be paid to each councillor at the same level as the 18-19 pursuant.
I have an amendment actually.
2482 of the Local Government Act. Shane helped me with that one. I'll just do a Cyrano de Bergerac. Thank you, Shane. Was that Bruce McLaughlin saying he had an amendment to that?
I had an amendment, but I'll second your motion and I'll hear it out, Greg. So.
All right. Well, I'm happy to addend to the motion, Bruce, so we can get through this.
No, you keep going with it, and the staff have got my amendment, so it's
why don't we look at that buried into this, or vice versa? I'm up for it. We got your amendment.
The staff have got my amendment.
Could we see that, Mr. Murphy or Shane, please? I've got a panel in front of me.
Current salary levels for staff
Sorry, for councillors, sorry.
Yeah, good pick up, Lisa.
And they're not salary.
They're allowances.
Allowances then.
I think Miss Sullivan, actually, if I could through you, Madam Mayor, Bruce, Miss Sullivan gave me some more technical wording.
Well, as I said before, if you want to go with yours, and I'm happy to look at that. If not, I'll move the amendment. So.
Well, this is a bit of a technical one. I just don't want to throw it together. It's got.
Well, I'll remove my amendment, and you keep going forward on your
right.
one.
So if I could through you, Madam Mayor, Shane, if you could bring your recommendation up in line with what I was outlining before and changing 2 and then bumping down to 3 and 4, I'd appreciate that.
So councillors, in that case, I would suggest that we take the recommendation as was in the business paper, and at each reference to an amount, state at the same level as for 2019-20, so that we'll need 2, 3 and 4.
Thank you. That's a good way to package it. All right. Have I got a seconder for that?
Yes, you got a seconder for that.
Are we all happy with that? And I'll speak with it, may I?
Yep, you're speaking.
Thank you. Councillors, I think it's almost stating the obvious here without lecturing us all in the room. The reality is that we're going to ask our ratepayers very shortly to undergo some extraordinary hardship, the hardest economic cutbacks this council in the Gosford and Ways combined could ever have considered, and that'll be unveiled shortly. And we'll expect them to pay for this. I think for councillors to accept the notion of some kind of increase is, I think, a bridge too far. Other corporations, Mr. Murphy, have from their top management people had significant reductions in this top salary group. We're the board, you're the general manager, your ELT is in the top group. They've had 20% reductions. We've not even discussed that at this stage. I think Mr. Murphy's staff had a $2.2 million increase 2 weeks ago from the, and we can say, oh, that was a matter for the local government's minister decided to tell everyone we had to have an increase. So, you know, we have to take it. End of the day, someone's got to pay for this. And at the moment, we're paying around $220 million in wages and collecting $335 million in rates. So something is going to give eventually here. And I suppose what we're on about tonight is not really that part of the equation. This is a tokenistic but important gesture to our community that we recognise the difficulty that, one, they're under, and 2, is coming. So I think that's what this says tonight. But I would say to you, Mr. Murphy, that everyone's watching us all, and I look at corporations all over the coast, and they are taking some significant pain and significant decisions around their organisations at a high level. I'm not suggesting the lollipop people of our community. I'm talking about people that can afford to make similar gestures as to what this council may be going to do tonight.
Councillor McLaughlin, a seconder. No, you're on mute, Councillor McLaughlin. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay. Is that better? Yeah. Can you hear me? I would think ordinarily, I have no qualms about the effort that everyone puts into their position. It's not a high paid position. And it's you know, as a councillor, I don't think we get remunerated for what we do. But with COVID, I just don't think we can go out to the community and say that we're going to accept a pay increase. We've had no one in the council has lost their job at COVID. The private sector's made massive changes and undertaking major restructure. We're going to put rates up. We're going to put the rates up to the maximum level. We're $4.4 million. They've seen us tear up major projects. Our financial performance is woeful. You know, and I think I just don't think we can go to the community and say, all good, and we're going to give ourselves a pat on the back and a pay rise. And I just don't think that's conscionable in the current circumstances. So I can't support it. Thank you.
Oh, you're not supporting your own motion?
No, I can't support the pay increase for the
council.
council.
Okay. I thought you were speaking for your motion.
No.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Greenaway, you have a question?
I just wondered if there was any scope for councillors who felt that they were unable to accept a small increase in the fee to just individually decline to accept it.
Ms Sullivan?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the council is required to determine a fee for all councillors, and once that fee is determined, we're required to pay it to all councillors as determined. What a councillor then does would be a matter for themselves.
Councillor Greenaway, further question?
Okay, so I guess at the end of the day, if anyone was disinclined to accept it, they can, you know, donate it to their favourite charity or whatever they choose to do, or give it back to council to upgrade their nearest whatever that they feel they should upgrade, and perhaps get a plaque in their honour.
Thank you. Councillor Holstein?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll talk against the motion. First of all, because some of the comments that have been raised have been taken out of context. Councillors, you've now been in this council for what? We're nearing 3 years. This matter of remuneration for councils has been going on for the 30 that I'm aware of, and actually, I don't think any councillor, and I heard it from Councillor Best, I heard it from Councillor McLaughlin, and I've heard it for all the time. The remuneration package of a councillor is, quite frankly, it's woeful. Particularly if you look at some of the other state governments around Australia and how they remunerate their council. One of the reasons councillor can't attract a wider range of people to stand for council is because the remuneration is, quite frankly, woeful. This isn't a pay rise. This council is after the last couple of years of this council amalgamating from being 2 councils to 1. And with that has come a vast increase in our roles, our responsibilities, in everything that the councillors have to do. It's a reclassification that reflects the roles and responsibilities of the councillors. It works out about, I think it's about $30 a week for the councillors. Now, for the last 2 years, the councillors have taken on in this new council. And remember, there's only, I think, Councillor Vincent, myself, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Burke and Councillor Best who have been in previous councils and are well aware of the roles and responsibilities and the changes that have come from being a single council to what is now a council of this size. It is the 6th largest council in Australia. It is one of the largest financial councils in New South Wales. There's a huge responsibility. And I think a lot of our new councillors need to reflect upon, and I think a lot of them have come into this council with a lack of knowledge of what would be required of them in their responsibilities and the impact it has on them. You never enter council for a financial return. You enter council because, yes, you may have political ambition, or B, you're wanting to better your community. Hopefully the ones with vested interests are no longer putting their hands up. But councillors, this is not an increase, it is a reclassification, is what is reflective of our roles and responsibilities. And it's quite evident to see from the councillors' attendance records that some of the councillors have felt the difficulties of meeting their expectations. It was only last week's paper where you read that the average is a 64% attendance rate of the councillors over COVID. Well, isn't it interesting that there are 6 of the 15 councillors that can't even get to the average? And I'm not blaming them. They've got other roles, other responsibilities. But councillors, it's a reclassification to truly reflect what's involved in this. And even then, I think every councillor will agree with me, it doesn't truly reflect what your roles, responsibility, and what you have to have and what you have to put in meetings, what you have to put in with briefings, what you have to put in with advisories. Councillors, I don't agree with the motion, and I'm quite happy to move as an amendment the staff's recommendation.
Do I have a seconder for Councillor Holstein's staff recommendation? Councillor Smith, thank you. I note that Councillor Hogan. Councillor Hogan. You are there. Sorry, Councillor Hogan, you moved.
Oh, Hang
Thank
on.
you. You're right now. No,
Gotcha.
we can hear you. Thank you. Sorry. The screen's moved. Everybody moved. Sorry.
Everybody
My
moved.
apologies. My apologies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's a question for staff. I'm assuming Shane. So can staff please explain how we actually got to this point in terms of the remuneration?
So since amalgamation, Central Coast Council has made submissions to the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal expressing that Central Coast Council should be considered in the same category as councils such as Newcastle and Wollongong. It's been based on the size and scale of council and its operations. This year, for the first year, the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal, while not completely accepting council's position by putting council in the same category as Newcastle and Wollongong, instead established a new category with a remuneration level the same as Newcastle and Wollongong. So in summary, after a few years of representations, this is the first year that the Local Government Remuneration Tribunal has agreed with council's long-held position.
Thank you, Shane. Thank you, Shane.
Thank you. Any further questions? Councillor Hogan, no?
No, no further questions. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Vincent?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Question through you to not Director Sutherland, maybe. Just regarding a follow-on from Councillor Hogan's questions. When the recommendations came back, was there a bit of a scale that could be allocated to fees? Was there a lower end and an upper end on what a fee could look like?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, there is a scale that is provided. That's provided on page, so I'm just checking the page number, page 118 of Council's business paper. There's a minimum and a maximum fee for both the councillor annual fee and the mayoral annual fee.
Just for the record then, what would they classify a minimum fee be for a councillor in this type of council?
It would be $18,430
and what
per
would the
annum.
maximum amount be?
For the new category in which Central Coast Council is, through you, Madam Mayor, that would be $32,040.
And what are we recommending for councillors in this review?
The staff recommendation was for the maximum.
And say for a mayoral position then, what would the minimum be for a mayoral position for this type of category?
It would be $39,160.
And what would the maximum amount be?
Through you, Madam Mayor, $99,800.
And what's recommended in the staff's report for the mayoral position?
The staff's recommendation is the maximum.
Okay, thank you for that.
No questions? No further questions? Councillor, sorry. I know Councillor Best, I think. Okay, so, okay, Councillor Best.
Thank you. I'm following on from Councillor Vincent's questions to Ms Sullivan, Shane. Just to get a bit of a perspective on the real figures here, you outlined that the mayoral allowance is $99,800, which is the top of the scale in our category of council, correct?
That's correct. Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct.
Look, correct me if I'm wrong here. You know, I can't get to a lot of briefings and what have you, so I don't have a lot of knowledge. You know, but some people miss a few things. I'm just wondering. The mayoral salary is $99,000, but if my recollection is correct, the mayor gets also $32,000 councillor allowance on top of the mayoral allowance, which brings that to $131,084. Is that correct, or have I missed a briefing or something?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it's not quite correct based on the recommendation from staff. You're correct in that the mayoral fee is an additional fee to the councillor allowance, which is as provided under Local Government Remuneration Tribunal. That is unchanged. However, a proportion of that has traditionally been paid to the Deputy Mayor.
I was getting to that, so I was correct. Thank you for that. And then 9,000 goes over to the deputy. So really what we've got is the mayor on $131,840. Less of that is to the deputy mayor of 9,981, which brings the mayor down to $121,000 clear. The deputy mayor is on $41,000, adding that 9,000 to her 32. The mayor is on 131 because she gets the 99 and the 32. And the councillor is on 32,0400, which is the max rate. That's pretty well correct. I missed that briefing, but I just thought I'd make that stuff up, you know. Jane, am I correct?
I haven't checked the calculations, but it sounds correct.
All right. Look, I'll write a reply in a moment, please, Madam Mayor.
I still have a question, Councillor Sundstrom.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've got a question. I think it may be for our CEO, and the question's around what the budget is for this organisation. So what is the budget for this organisation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Vincent, are you talking about the current year, 1920?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
In round figures, it's around about the 600 million. I haven't got it quite in front of me.
Thank you. And what value of assets does this organisation own?
Again, through you, Madam Mayor, in round figures, about $8 billion, Councillor Sunstein.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
8 billion with a B.
$8 billion. Thank you.
Yeah.
And how many employees does Central Coast Council have?
Through you, Madam Mayor, in round figures, about 2,500 FTE.
Thank you. Do you know of any other organisation of this magnitude that has a person at the helm that earns under $150,000?
Through you, Madam Mayor, without doing a lot of research, Councillor Sundstrom, no. I think the point that Councillor Holstein made and to Ms Sullivan's point about the submission to the Remuneration Authority, Central Coast Council, I think, has been advocating for this for quite some time, and the Remuneration Authority has recognised that and placed Central Coast Council in a new category called the major strategic area. So in New South Wales, clearly the Remuneration Tribunal has identified that Central Coast deserves special mention without putting words in their mouth.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Now, have we moved back to that original motion? Is that where we are, Madam Mayor?
So where we will be at after you finished your questions is I will be asking Councillor Holstein as the mover of the amendment to speak, and then Councillor Smith will get an opportunity to speak, and we deal with the amendment first. That's correct.
Thank you. Yeah, well, I'll note that I'd like to speak after those two.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Sundstrom. Councillor Holstein, I will now get you to speak to the amendment, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I understand clearly the emotiveness and the concern. There's been some good points raised by some of the councillors in regard to what we're going through, and I'll still put back to the fact, councillors, it works out at about $30 a week. If you'd like to donate that, that's fine. We're all under pressure, we're all under stress. Everybody here would agree that the remuneration packages for councillors are not adequate. When you compare to the responsibilities, you compare to the workload that we have there. Now, if some don't want to do the workload, guess what? They don't have to. They can't show up. Work commitments. I've even had those difficulties that have affected me at times in getting to some of my meetings and that. But there is a vast difference between what some do and what others do. Well, maybe the question isn't about the increase. Maybe the question should be, is with the amount that you're earning now, are you justifying that? There used to be an old saying when I worked many years ago, some believe they're not being paid what they're worth. They should be thankful. councillors, it's a motive, and I understand, for $30 a week, but this is not about us now. It's about setting a pace for the future. It's about ensuring that government recognise the acknowledgement of what local government puts in. Just an example, I actually pulled out last year's, one thing with this council is they requested that I track all my movements, my kilometres and what I did. I actually went back over and I pulled out last year's financial year, 131 meetings, 86 events and 51 Zoom meetings. Now, do the maths. If you're doing your job as a councillor, you are not being paid adequately. This small remuneration, if you feel that bad about it, if you feel that much concern, then donate it back. But councillor, it was not an increase, it was a reclassification to give due consideration and due acknowledgement of the work that you've got to do in the 6th largest council in Australia. And the size of this council, it is onerous. I'm sure all the new councillors didn't understand nor appreciate when they came into the role what was anticipated or expected of them. Their remuneration only goes part way to reflect what effort they put in. And so councillors, I believe if you read the Remuneration Tribunal's report, it was clearly defined and clearly demonstrated that it's justifiable in taking it to the new classification, and you should be paid accordingly under that classification. Councillors, I ask you to support the officer's recommendation, which I move.
Thank you, Councillor Holstein. Councillor Smith, would you like to speak?
Look, just briefly, Madam Mayor, I'll just echo Councillor Holstein's comments. This is a reclassification. It's commensurate with the size of the organisation, so 3rd largest in New South Wales, 6th in Australia. I think, you know, in all honesty, I think we know that this is a bit of a stunt, you know, about dividing our community and dividing our council. I think the reality is that many people are hit hard with COVID-19. The councillors, you know, are equally working people. They're not doing this as a full-time job. And so I think that this reclassification reflects the expectation of this council. And I would encourage those councillors that don't feel that they, you know, it's appropriate for them to take any additional allowance to actually decline that and donate it back. I think that would be a commendable thing to do on their part. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Are there any speakers against the amendment? I know Councillor Best, if you wish to speak against it. Yeah, I can see you, Councillor Burt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Vincent, I can see you.
Look, I really can't see any mounting of any argument that is going to end well for this council in credibility terms. The people that are watching this on the podcast would be sickened into their meals listening to us carping and whinging about relieving them of more of their ratepayer money. You just go and do a poll out there and ask the community, do they think that they're getting value from money from the council? Well, it's almost unanimous after you drag your fingers and foot out from the door when it's slammed in your face for asking the doorstop question. Look, this council just put the rates up by $4.4 million. This council has just lost last year the best part of $50 million. It's 41 million 3rd quarter. It'll go through with adjustments to 50 million in my view. I could be wrong, it might be 49 million. But that's $1 million a week we lost last year. That's $200,000 a day we lost last year. Last year we had a plan running around to create a library and art house, which was going to cost the ratepayers $171 million plus contingency adjustments of 20%, which brings that project to $205 million, borrowing $100 million of that money. I mean, my God, you talk about being paid for a day's work. Well, you get fired in the real world for doing stuff like that, let alone asking for an increase and getting paid. I mean, the gall is just outrageous. When you do the numbers at this council, when the shakedown comes at the end of the day, when the election comes, the people are just going to do the math and have a look at this. Have a look at the numbers. You haven't even shared with the community what you're going to try and do under COVID. But I mean, the $41 million loss and the $30 million loss in this current budget They were well before COVID was invented, but we'll blame COVID. It sounds convenient. So councillors, I think we should crawl into a rock and putrefy from shame for asking for more money. You know, this is not about money. I've been here for 20 odd years. It's never been about money. For 18 years of my time on council, I never charged a council travelling allowance. You know, that's not what I was here for. No one's here for the money. You're here to put hand on heart and do it for your community. You know, what's the mayor on 131,000, deputies on 41, and we're on 30. I mean, it's pocket money. You're all telling me that. But that's not how the community sees it. People up in San Remo and Summerland Point and Doyleson, 31 grand's not pocket money to them. It's not pocket money to anybody in a real world. But we don't live in a real world. We just spend people's money. Like we put $4.4 million increase up we didn't forego that. I've heard councils go, oh, it's only $1 million. Don't worry about it. We can put a new call centre. Don't worry about it. It's only an extra $1 million. Councillors, it's somebody's money every time you put your hand up. And look, the piper's going to be paid here. You cannot run this business and expect to be remunerated the way we run it.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Vincent, are you speaking against this? Because now I have 30 minutes over. I'm now looking for a speaker against, which makes 2 speakers for and 2 against.
I am speaking against, Madam Mayor, thank you, but I understand that Councillor Burke would also like to speak against.
Councillor Vincent, I'm adhered to the code of meeting practice, which says 30 minutes per item.
I'd like
it's
to
not
move
my
an amendment
rules.
to that then, if you like. I'll move an amendment to that code and have an exception.
You
here.
can't move amendment to the code. Miss
will
Sullivan,
move an
can we,
extension to
Miss Sullivan, can we move an amendment to speak longer on this motion?
Through you,
We do
Madam
that all
Mayor,
the time.
council can move an extension of time for consideration of this matter. However, I do note that once you have 2 speakers for and 2 speakers against, if someone moves the motion be put, you are duty bound to put that motion.
Okay, and I think Councillor Greenaway has already done that too.
No.
Yes, officially, I would think that it's about time we put the motion, Madam Mayor. So
I'm happy to speak against it, but I wouldn't
Speak
like
against
to think
it, Councillor Vincent, please.
I wouldn't like to think that people are gagged on this just through procedure. Where in the past we've been able to extend things when we feel as though we'd like to talk about it. And anyhow, I'm chewing up time. I feel uneasy following Councillor Best because I normally don't really align with or take on his thinking, and I did hear Councillor Smith refer to this as a stunt. And while some might be acting on it as a stunt, I can assure you this is not a stunt that I'm pulling. Thank you, Councillor Best. You don't need to comment on what or encourage me in anything I'm saying. But the fact is, whether you call it a reclassification, whether you call it, an imposed increase, we are looking at increasing to the top of the scale of what was being provided in the review. And at a time when the community's doing it hard, at a time when the staff are taking a hit with hours that they work, at a time when ratepayers are struggling to pay their bills, just have a job, for me, for us to be increasing mayoral positions, and Madam Mayor, this is no disrespect to you at all, but to be increasing mayoral positions by 10% and by increasing councillor remuneration by up to 6%, I just don't think it's not a good look. It's not the right message. It's not leadership. We should be in there with the residents, with the staff, and not trying to take extra money out of a ratepayer's pocket at this point in time. I see where Councillor Best was coming with his questioning on mayoral fees and that, and I'm not pulling a stunt here, but Councillor Holstein, you know yourself, if you travel to meetings, you can claim a travel allowance for that, which some councillors do, on top of your allowance. Councillor Holstein, you know that if you purchase IT, a printer, a computer, an iPhone, you can claim that on your allowance above what you get as a councillor allowance. For those who have children, they know that they can access childcare for meetings and claim that expense. So these figures that we're talking about here, that's the base. That's not accumulative. That's not the maximum. And at a time when our community's doing it tough, they're really doing it tough. We've got people out there that are finding it harder and rougher than they ever have. And we're in here thinking how grand we are and that we should just be taking maximum amounts. It just I don't know the right word, repugnates me. It's the wrong word, I'm sorry, but I can't believe that we're having this sort of debate as supposed leaders trying to show some leadership in our community. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Vincent. I'll now put the amendment as moved by Councillor Holstein, seconded by Councillor Smith. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Hogan, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Sundstrom. All those against. Councillor Pillen, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Best, Councillor Gale, Councillor Burke. I'll declare the amendment carried. The amendment now becomes the motion. Right, a reply to Councillor Holstein? No. Councillors, I therefore move the motion as moved by Councillor Holstein, seconded by Councillor Smith. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor McGregor. All those against? Councillor Pillen, Councillor Gale, Councillor Burke, Councillor McLaughlin. Division. I have a division, but I don't know how we stand for this and still stay in. So we have a division. Councillors, so therefore, if you can stand, but please stay in view of camera, which is going to be extremely difficult for those who are taller than me. All those in favour of, sorry, Councillor Sundstrom, you're shaking, sorry. Point of order, Councillor Sundstrom.
Yeah, thank you. I think that the need to stand is redundant. Most councils don't record the names of councillors who vote and which way they vote. We record and keep record of who votes which way in every motion that we discuss in this chamber or on Zoom. And I think that that the call for a division is not only ridiculous but redundant.
Councillor Sundstrom, thank you for that. I will just concur with, okay, Ms Sullivan has said just do the vote again and that will work as the division. So we will just redo the vote. Those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Holstein, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor McGregor. All those against? Councillor Pillen, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Best, Councillor Gale, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Burke. I therefore declare the motion carried. Councillors, moving on to item 3.7. Councillor Holstein, you have declared in this, so you will be removed into the holding bay. Councillor Holstein is gone. Councillor Gale, you called this one. Would you like to move it? Is that sorry? Are you moving? Yes. Do we have a seconder? Are you moving the staff recommendation, Councillor Gale? Yes.
Yes.
Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Sundstrom, thank you. Councillor Gale, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I'd like to move the motion that's on the screen at the moment. I think it's really important that we mention living within our means at the moment. We know what's on the table. It was in the report, the federal government $7 million grant. We've also got the special rate variation of 8.1 million. And then the sale proceeds at 12.6 million. I think it's really important to get this project on, to move the project on, get on with the job so that we can have the library built as soon as possible. This is a win for the community. We all love libraries. Mums with bubs, the elderly, it's a place that we can all go to. And even throughout COVID-19, we saw the important part that our libraries played in people's lives. So I do support the staff recommendation that we move this project along and continue to live within the means. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Sundstrom.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to support Councillor Gale in moving this motion. We all know that the people of the former City Council of Gosford have been waiting and waiting and waiting for this project to rise up out of the ground. And the fact of the matter is we should all have overdue books from the Gosford Library, the new Gosford Library, right at this time. I don't think that there'll be any loss not to look at the other options down the track. They just don't have to be on top of the Gosford Library. Anything that would be provided by further extensions onto the proposed Gosford Library can be located in numerous locations across the local government area. I just want to be part of the council that delivers this resource for this community. It's overdue. It's been political football for too long, and the time is now for all the councillors to get behind the Gosford Library and let's get this thing built and open. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Sundstrom. I have a question. Councillor McGregor's speaking.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'll be the voice of dissent on this one. Unfortunately, I can't support this proposal. I have said in the past, and I have to say again and maintain the view that this project has been delayed and stuffed up by councillors getting involved and unable to understand staff reports, moving alternative recommendations to staff reports, and now we're at a point where people are going to accept and push forward for a substandard option. The library is not what the community consultation, this version of the library is not what the community consultation came back saying to do. It's not going to be as economically viable as the original staff recommendation. This proposal, which is going forward, doesn't have the two additional car parking floors below ground, which is extremely important given the lack of public transport on the Central Coast and the amount of people that are driving around, particularly if we are trying to attract people to our regional capital, which is Gosford. And I don't think that people who have paid a special rate variation for 30 years should have foisted on them a substandard option because of political interference and people making bad decisions in the past. I still support what the community's position was. I support the original staff recommendation. And even though I do want to see the Gosford Regional Library go ahead, I do not think that this option is going to be able to meet the demands. And I don't think that the proposal or the project is going to be completed on time. I also still have serious concerns about people placing their faith in funding agreements that are going back into the past, some of them now more than 10 years. And I think that when you do something, you should do it right. You shouldn't just do it for the sake of doing it. Now, I recognise that this is a minority view and that this resolution will be successful tonight. But I also want to say that I've been consistent on this from the start. And whether you like me or you don't like me, at least I'm consistent and I actually stick to what I'm going to say. And I support the community when they tell us to go in a certain direction. So having a library is going to be better than having no library, but I also can't see how an organisation of this scope and this scale can be satisfied with putting forward a library like this. The addition of the car parking underneath is a key aspect to keeping this going. The commercial or office space on the top is sensible, and it's also a way of generating ongoing revenue. This is not about living within your means. We should be looking at things that are making this organisation and our community assets sustainable for the long term, and this is something that this council is failing to do. We make short-term political decisions for self-interest, and we don't actually look at the broader strategic issues that need to be in place to ensure that we actually have the best infrastructure and the highest quality infrastructure that we can have, particularly when it comes to our community fields. That is why I'm not supporting it. It is not that I'm opposed to the project, but I'm opposed to the people of Gosford and the Central Coast being sold a pup because of political interference and silly games over the last 3.5 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I believe I have Councillor Best.
Thank you, as always, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Can I ask a couple of questions, if I could, please? You keep moving down the thing. I've got to keep following you around. It's interesting, isn't it?
Well, we all have that experience, unfortunately.
We do. Thank you, Shane, for moving us about. Mr. Murphy, maybe. Mr. Murphy. Your recommendation, the amended report sits off the side of the business paper, which the public most probably aren't seeing right now. It's a 2-point recommendation, one, and this is what we're suggesting to vote on. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that's what Councillor Bales moved. Council notes the report by the Gosford Regional Design Opportunity.
Yes, that's exactly what she. Yes.
And 2, that Council requests the CEO to continue to develop designs, full documentation, standalone library, consistent with the resolution of 9th of December. Mr. Murphy, if that's the recommendation by your staff, why have you given us in the same document the added version of option 2? Or why have you not backed it into your recommendation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, at the councillor briefing last Monday night, we presented councillors with these options.
I've spoken with your staff extensively around this. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
So the putting forward the option 2 was considered to be, I guess, providing councillors with all of the options. If we had simply carried on with the direction that was given to us by council on the 9th of December and had not provided council with this option, the question could similarly have been asked, why did you not bring this option to council? When the architect was recently engaged by Ms. Vaughan's team, they did an assessment of the floor space ratio and came up with an option to maximise that. And hence this was the reason for the additional floor space. And I think Ms. Vaughan and her team felt duty bound to bring that option to council, and I supported that.
Do you feel the tone of the briefing gave your staff the direction that we weren't going to add this into the recommendation?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, there were a number of questions raised at the councillor briefing in relation to this matter, and that was the reason for the late report. And I think the staff could not discern from that briefing that there was an overwhelming support one way or the other for a particular direction. So the best way to get that was through a council resolution. So that's why it's here tonight.
I've noticed that most unusual in briefings. Could I ask you? I've got from the briefing. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend it, but I've still got the documents, Chris. I note in the document, which I'm sure you all have on your desk in front of you because you've all been to the briefing, there is an item here, council special rate variation, $8.1 million. Are you the person to answer this, or is it something? Julie was a little unwell, and I have been speaking to the wonderful Beth Burgess, who's been very, very helpful. Have you got someone to refer these more specific questions? Gary, would you like to take them?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, Ms. Vaughan is eminently capable of answering those questions. So I'm sure
I can't see her here. That's all. That's why.
She is there, Councillor Best. She's
down
at the bottom
back
of
on screen.
Yep.
Good. Okay. I'll ask the question to her, and I'll come back to you in a minute, Gary, if I may. So, Julie, Ms. Vaughan, I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can, Councillor Best. Thank you.
There you are. Thank you. I'm referring to the document that your staff kindly used at the briefing, authored by Beth Burgess, and I must compliment her here in front of you, Julia. She's extraordinarily well versed across the subject and very helpful. The council special rate variation, the old Gosford LGA rate, it's $8.1 million, Julie. You've got it there on that document somewhere.
Correct.
I wondered, is this a CBD levy? Is it a business levy, or is it a library levy?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, it was a levy related to the former Gosford Council.
Yes.
And it was specifically for the purposes of building a regional library.
And that's what the documentation says. If we have a little look later, that's exactly what it was actually levied for, a library and a library only.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct, Councillor Best. The purpose of the special rate levy and variation was for the purposes of building a Gosford regional library.
Okay. we've got $12.6 million sitting here, proceeds of the Donaldson Street building. Is this money, you know, locked in for this purpose, or it can be spent as really anything, can't it, if we wanted to? That's correct, is it not?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, the sale and the proceeds of the former Kibbleplex building at the time of selling had a few components of what the funding was to be used for, and they were related to the relocation of the Smart Work Hub from the Kibbleplex building into the Imperial Centre. It was to undertake the feasibility of the Gosford parking strategy, which was previously done, and the remainder of the funding was for the purposes of the Gosford Regional Library.
Mm-hmm. I asked Mr. Murphy, you heard me ask the question around the extra option 2, around $10 million further. Why did you make that recommendation? Do you think, Julie, you've done a lot of homework on this. Why have you come to us with a little bit more commerciality around the deal?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, as per the CEO's commentary this evening, it was identified, we commissioned the architects at the end of April in accordance with the resolution that was passed in December last year. As we've realised the first cut of the designs just for the library alone, as the CEO has identified, there was additional FSR that could be realised. And from discussions that were held with the project control group internally, we believed that it was worthy and appropriate for us to provide that opportunity for councillors, because it had been something that had been identified as an opportunity for the Gosford CBD, either for commercial or administration office purposes. However, noting that there are genuine concerns around timeframes from a funding body perspective to deliver this project, as the original funding was initially committed in 2015.
In this complex, we will get a new council chamber of sorts, won't we?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, there'll be a large function rooms area. It will seat up to 300 people. And we believe that there's obviously some current challenges within the current Gosford Chamber to allow us to address the safety and security elements and the numbers of people from a seating perspective. So yes, we believe that whilst it won't be a fixed chamber as is currently realised in either Gosford or Wyong, it may provide an alternate opportunity and certainly will be both an event and function space for the community.
Do you know what the indicative seating numbers might be for the public in our new council chamber?
Through you, Madam Mayor, are you talking, Councillor Best, in the Gosford chamber or in the proposed regional library function space?
The chamber that will exist inside the library.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, we haven't mapped out from a floor space component when you take into considerations you know, the required platform, etc. But we do know that it will have capabilities for a 300-person tier seating component. We would presume that whether it's the talks or other performances, that we would have some sort of relocatable stage options.
Okay. Have we done a bit of a business plan on this thing going forward as to how it's going to fly for the dollars going forward for the kind of next generation? How does it work there? What's the kind of return on capital here?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, are you talking about the library alone or with the library and
well, actually both, because I'm going to speak this shortly, and dreadedly I'm going to actually agree with Councillor McGregor, because I think the commercial side of this, the sense of this, rests with its commerciality, and I think you and Beth and Gary are actually thinking commercially and others are not. That's my concern here. But yeah, the big picture, the serious picture, the one that actually works economically.
So through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, for the purposes of what is being presented tonight, we've not done any modelling either on design or costs. However, you will recall that you know, estimates were provided in previous designs associated with the Gosford Cultural Precinct. So that would be part of any future work, both in sense of designs and cost benefit analysis. In the sense of the regional library, we are doing some further business plan reviews currently. We believe that it will be consistent with the current operating costs that we experience within the current Gosford Regional Library, noting that although it's a significantly smaller facility, that we're going to realise many greater efficiencies, both from energy but also income opportunities with meeting spaces and function spaces that don't currently exist within the current library as an income generation.
Julie, we're in extremely uncharted times here, and we're going to be sharing with the community shortly the decimation of our rolling works program when someone fesses up the true figures, and it's not for me to do that. I'm sure the leadership team of this council will do that shortly for our good community. But we've got $12 million sitting here of untied funds. With COVID pressing itself down upon us again, this kind of expenditure, being that we're decimating the rolling works program for this year, and we have already a loss on the books of the best part of 30 million and 50 off last, do you think that this is, and Councillor Sundstrom said a minute ago, I want to be part of the council that delivers this. Well, tell us, Julie, when do you reckon, if we had a real good run on this, when would we be actually turning the first shovel of dirt?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best. So in accordance with the resolution of December 9 last year, we have given notice to the existing tenants of the Parkside building with their tenure ceasing at the end of this year in December. We expect that between January and February, we'll be able to commence demolition of the existing site. And as per the program in the report this evening, we expect completion of the facility being option 1 in December 2023.
So this council should be cutting a ribbon on this one. Is that what you're saying?
This council, through Madam Mayor, obviously no. The next council will be the council that will open the facility, but certainly demolition and plans and the program will be well underway by the time.
A ribbon will cut by the end of next term, possibly.
Madam Mayor, yes, Councillor Best, December 2023 is when we hope for.
Okay. Well, look, Julie, thank you for your efforts and for your staff in bringing this to us. I will speak to it, Madam Mayor. I have some mixed feelings on this one. May I? I can't hear you.
Yeah, so you can. I've actually can go to Councillor Vincent, who has patiently talked about speaking against it. So are you speaking?
I like to come off the back of those couple of questions while it's relevant in people's minds, if I could indulge you on that. I will speak in opposition to it, the current motion, and the reasoning behind that is part of my questioning, as you saw, that I think the effectiveness the staff are trying to generate here in a business model rests in the option 2. And Miss Vaughan and again Miss Burgess and all the team around Julie ought to be congratulated for the effort they've put in here. This is not something that's just popped up in a briefing. You know, I've actually spent quite considerable time talking to a range of people, including the business community down that way. And look, the problem is COVID. The problem is the budget. The problem is we have got an extraordinary economic time ahead of ourselves with the re-emergence of COVID. And as Councillor Vincent said before, many of our community are doing it very tough. I just see the lessons that we should have learnt from the last exercise this council went through when Councillor McLaughlin and I pleaded with the council to get a business plan. Don't go down the path, get a PricewaterhouseCoopers plan, and that was thrown in our face. And then we were blamed for actually scuttling the development, which, you know, is just ridiculous. $171 million last time, councillors, with a 20% contingency takes you to $205 million. Do the math, you know, and this council didn't even do a serious business plan and then wanted to borrow $100 million to do that deal. And imagine where we would sit now. We just borrowed 50 million, but it wasn't new money. 25 million of it was new money, councillors. You just went and hit the ratepayers up for 4.4 million. You're relieving them with their annual rate take of 335 million. And by the way, Councillor Sundstrom, you asked the General Manager before, what's our overall budget? I mean, I nearly shuddered when you asked the Director. you as a director, as a councillor of the board of this council, asks the general manager, after we've ratified the budget basically, and we've had 2 budget sessions on it, and the figure is $573 million, Councillor Sumpstrom. You should have known that. But of course, you go to briefings and I don't get to them all, so you know all about it. So at the end of the day, councillors, I can't see, and I hear Rebecca Gale's suggestions around going forward with this, but look, we've got 6 libraries in the old Gosford LGA and 7 if you call it one as a community library. You have to believe in fairies at the bottom of the garden if you're not going to lose some of those libraries. And we've not really fessed that up. I raised that last time and got howled down. We will lose community libraries and we should be talking to people about that, talking to the business community about this. And at the end of the day, do we really, with our budget, with our $100 million plus cutback on rolling works, think that we're actually going to get this thing to fly? We're in damage control, councillors. We're not in the spendathon. We just aren't, and we can't be, and we won't be.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Vincent.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I was going to speak against it, but I'm almost considering moving an amendment if I could talk through where my thoughts are there. Or maybe I'll move an amendment and just talk to it and see if I get a seconder. But in the briefings this afternoon, Director Vaughan, I was asking about parking and providing adequate parking, and that seemed to be my main concern with the current structure. And could you help me with a point 3 there, same as what we've got at 1 and 2, but with additional staff, or the CEO trying to find additional staffing, and I can not staffing, parking, and I can talk to that and explain where I'm at with that. I guess I'm seeking a seconder to be able to do that.
Councillor Brewer.
Thanks for that, Councillor McGregor, even if it is just for the purpose of debate. I thank you for that. And I understand where you are in your position of trying to do the best for the area that you represent. You really do that continually, and I take my hat off to you for that. What I'm looking at here is I'm not looking for a back to the future or a deja vu. Madam Mayor, you've got to move that clock on so that it...
That's the support staff.
Is it? Okay, sorry, support staff. I'm not looking for a back to the future here where we end up trying to build a Taj Mahal, which is we just can't afford, breaks our back, and puts sort of all our eggs in one basket. And that's saying very cliche, but we were up in the hundreds of millions of dollars only 6 to 12 months ago. And I take my hat off and I congratulate the CEO and the executive for leading us in a path of sustainability, of something that we could afford, which was in our means. And my worry here is a couple of worries. I can see one, Councillor Best, he's just pushing this as he would for a 300-seat chamber, so the Pied Piper can orchestrate and derail local government as he's done for the last 35 years.
Sorry, Councillor Vincent, can we stop the clock, Councillor Ms. Sullivan? Sorry. There's no, the rest of your amendment is not there. So
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Yes, people probably don't understand what you're talking
let's
about
get the wording
now.
up.
Yeah, so sorry.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in the briefing, my discussion was about providing additional parking so that if we do build the library, which I'm sure we will, and Director Vaughan is very capable of bringing projects in on budget, on time. We saw her do that with the Art House. So Council requests the Chief Executive to investigate the development designs, including additional provisions of parking. And I think we had 22 parks.
Sorry,
Director
Councillor
Vaughan.
Vincent, Director Vaughan just wants to add something there. Sorry, just I guess to help you with your motion. Is that right?
Correct, Madam Mayor. Councillor Vincent, I may be able to help you.
Thank you.
Per our discussion at the briefing, I suppose it would be helpful if you would identify, are you seeking one level of basement car parking or two levels? So one level of basement car parking would equate to 35 car spaces at a cost of about $2.5 million. So obviously two would be 5 million and realised 70 car spaces. So that would be important to include for the purposes of that, so that and whether or not you're just asking us to investigate that into the designs or to include it, noting that we will be reporting back to council in August or September with a full briefing to progress through to the next stage, which would include all of the detailed documentation.
Thanks for that, Director Vaughan, and you've really been good with figures there. I think what we'll be looking at is one level of sub-basement parking, so that you can activate that site well and get good patronage. We're not looking to try and blow it out or make it too big. We'd like to deliver, but one level of parking, which would equate to an additional, I think, did you say 35 or 36 car parking spaces?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, Councillor Vincent. We understand it's up, so maybe say which would equate to up to 35 additional car park spaces.
And I think you're right there. What we're looking for is we're just asking for staff and the CEO to investigate. We don't want to lock you in on this. And I think if I was going to seek support of councillors, I wouldn't like to just put this in now. And I'm sure councillors would like to have a briefing sooner than later on this, on the feasibility and the practicalities of moving the project forward with additional parking. If it's all right now, I'll keep speaking to that, Madam Mayor. Or...
Yep, Councillor Vincent, maybe just to have the inclusion of the development, so investigate the inclusion of, if you're saying that it's still potentially something that you'd want to consider.
Inclusion, no, I'm looking for to investigate the inclusion of that.
Of the development, yeah.
And the feasibility. I guess I'm looking at the budget consideration there, which I think you've identified was at $2.5 or $3 million.
Correct.
And be looking at what that does to your project Gantt chart timeline as well, and whether you can still move it forward with that. You might have to do additional geotech or engineering, depends what sort of footings you've currently got. I'll keep speaking to that, or?
Yep, you've got 2 minutes on the clock. That's what it's telling me.
Where we're coming from here is that Gosford really does need a library. Like, they've paid their $8 million in special levy. The federal government has committed $7 million. They've found $12.6 million with the sale of Kibbleplex building. And so we're spending $30 million. And as a reasonably northern-centric councillor, I think if we're going to build something, we need to be able to build it so the community can utilise it. And I've seen Director Vaughan in action before. She delivered the art house and it was on time, on budget. I was a big critic of it, and I'm not a critic of the arts, but I was a critic of that location. The biggest issue there was parking, and we've built a great art house for a terrific price. But the problem is we've got no parking. People try to go for a show. They're parking in the RSL grounds, they're parking up the streets. So here, if we're going to build a library, let's have it so that people can actually get there and visit it, not have to do paid parking. And the ratepayers that are contributing to this through their rates can actually utilise the building. I'm not that keen on, trying to develop a 300-seat, what would you call it, a council chamber. So Councillor Best can have, Best Theatre every second Monday night. I just think that usurps and derails democracy with some of the sideshows that can be developed there. But I would like us to do this library. I would like it to be finished, hopefully by the end of this term of council. And if we do it, let's at least try and do it so the community can access it, they can park. They're not paying paid parking, so it's not a user pay system where the people who have the money to pay for the parking can do it, but the people who don't have the money get locked out of that ability. So I'd put it for my councillors' consideration. I understand if it's too much at the 11th hour, but I'll put that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. I have Councillor Gale wanting to speak against the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I am going to speak against the amendment, and for the the reason of in the briefing, and we've been told and also written in the report, it actually says the car parking strategy for Gosford is currently taking place. So that's going to take into consideration any lack of parking. I keep coming back to we have 27 million funds available. We need, as a council, to take fiscal responsibility, and I'm concerned that we're not showing fiscal responsibility. We don't want to end up with a deficit on this particular project of somewhere between 2.5 million to 6 million because you're looking at extra car parking at this point in the game. The funds aren't available. They're not available for more car parking. What you're talking about, we don't have the 2.5 to 6 million for these extra car parks. It's not there. The other comment I wanted to say is one of the councillors said that other libraries will be cut. I don't believe in that. I believe that our libraries are really important to the community, and I won't stand for any of our libraries being cut. So I certainly don't think that's on the table. We need to move forward with this particular project, and I think this amendment throws the project out even further. We've got 27 million to get on and get this job done. I'm hoping most councillors will see some sort of common sense and vote for it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. So we've had 1 for, 1 against. Now I'm going to Councillor McGregor as seconder, and you'll be speaking for it. And then Councillor McLaughlin, you are next to speak against.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, firstly, not all of this money is in the bank and ready to go. There are a lot of it you're relying on external funding, which hasn't actually been approved. There's no deed for it or anything like that. It hasn't been signed off on. So you're really just talking about speculative figures at this point. Secondly, if we want to look at this from a practical example, we talked about how this facility was supposed to be for mums and bubs and for grandparents. So let's say we've got a grandparent that lives at Blackwell down in the West Ward, and then we've got the young mum and bub and they live somewhere up in the north. Let's say they live at San Remo. If you look at how that they would have to get to this facility without using their own vehicle, you're talking about somewhere between 1 and 2 hours using multiple buses and trains just to get to the Gosford CBD area. Then they're going to get to Gosford train station, and they either have to catch another bus around to this particular part of Gosford, and then they've got to be lucky enough to have the timetables match up for that. Or if you're talking about people who are disabled or infirmed, you're going to be asking them to walk sort of 20 to 25 minutes without assistance or being encumbered in such way. So that's a practical example of why we do need the car parking. The other issue which should be raised with the car parking is if we're trying to make this an accessible facility, which is going to cater to people who are disabled, it would be extremely important to have some disability car spaces there. We've seen lots of developers on the Central Coast increase the amount of disability car parking. A good example of that is the upgrade of the Gosford RSL, where the developer agreed to put in extra disabled car parking because of the clientele. If we're looking at catering to this sort of these sort of demographics, we're basically excluding a whole lot of people from this library. Anyone who doesn't live within walking or good public transport linkages to the CBD is now excluded. Anyone who is disabled is excluded. Do we really think that the mum and bub with the pram are going to come all the way down from San Remo across multiple trains and buses and go through all that hassle to go there? How is this going to cater for people who are using mobility access devices like wheelchairs or assisted walking frames? This is about a practical solution to a practical problem. It's patently ridiculous to argue about $2.5 million to exclude the majority of people who would be able to use this facility. It's got nothing to do with fiscal responsibility. It's got to do with making practical decisions that impact and improve people's lives. There is millions and millions of dollars in developer contributions that could be put towards this. There's no reason with the proposed reduction in capital budget across the area that we couldn't afford the $2.5 million for the car parking spaces. You're talking about basically creating a facility which is not going to be used by people. It's not going to be utilised. It's going to be held back, and it's going to be insufficient in many ways because of this. You've got a council which has a budget of $870 million and has between $7 and $8 billion worth of assets, and you can't find $2.5 million to put 35 car spaces in there so that people who don't live in the CBD can use a regional library. It's supposed to be a regional library. Without the car parking, it's not going to be. It'll be in name only.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor McLaughlin speaking against the amendment.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. I have to agree with Councillor McGregor. He's made some very good points there. I just wonder what the usage in total would be, whether you drive or whether you catch public transport. I don't think we've actually seen a survey from the community that says, do you want a $30 million library? I mean, I think we all know the elephant in the room is that the old council building is aging. It's been flagged that it's not adequate, and I think we have to, you know, be open and honest to the public to say, yes, this is a new council building for the council staff and a library, and just come out and say it. This smoke and mirrors stuff about, you know, should we add another floor to the building and all that sort of thing, just come out and say it. You're just going to build a new big public edifice in Gosford to house more staff. So I just question whether or not the public, you know, we talk about
sorry, Councillor McGregor, I'm just going to ask you, are you speaking against the amendment, which adds it's just about the parking?
Yes, I'm speaking against the amendment.
Right.
And that, but whether it's parking or no parking, I just wonder what the usage is. I have not had in 3 years anyone demand or write to me saying I need a library.
McLaughlin, I'm going to again say to you, you're not speaking to either or. This is not about building a library at all. This is about moving forward with, as the amendment, on the design opportunity and now the parking. So you're either speaking against the additional parking or for the motion.
I'll speak against additional parking on the basis I don't believe there's any demand for it. I don't believe the public have come to us as councils and demanding new libraries. I just wonder whether or not we're just chasing an outdated facility that I think the public all can get. How many people buy encyclopedias these days? Don't knock on your door and want to sell you encyclopedias. I actually surveyed young university students and said, if we build a new regional library, would you use it? And they said, no, we get everything on our phone, we get everything on the internet. The university's got a nice library. Why would I drive into Gosford? So I'll vote against it. Thank you.
I'm just going to say I am confused what you're now voting. Are you voting against the whole lot or both the amendment and the motion?
I'm not supporting the amendment.
Okay, right. Thank you. I have a question from Councillor Mertens, and then I have a question from Councillor Sundstrom, and then I also have Councillor Pillen also waiting for a question or a statement. Councillor Mertens.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've read through the report and I just want to get confirmation from Director Vaughan that there is parking in this project. There's 22 car parks, and that any talk of additional parking was only if we were going to build extra space for a commercial area. Is that the correct reading, or am I reading that incorrect?
Madam Mayor, Councillor Mertens, you are correct. So I will just clarify the facts there. Under the current Gosford SEP, there's no requirement for any car parking provision to be made when building a Gosford library. However, we do have provision and access to 22 car parking spaces on the site, and not needing to do any basement car parking. Plus, we believe that there will be additional access to some existing car parking spaces linked to the current library. So you are correct in your assessment.
And just one more question. Look, I'm familiar with the car parking question. I know that it's a very old car park. And it's strangely graded, and there's a whole bunch of other constraints. I imagine that there is probably some works that can be done in the design portion of this project that would actually probably induce more car parking possibly from that existing car park already. Is that something that's been considered, or?
Madam Mayor, Councillor Mertens, I'd hate to guarantee any additional car parking, but you are correct that we are reviewing as part of the designs any opportunity that and additional parking spaces that can be realised and better use of existing spaces.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Vaughan.
Thank you, Councillor Mertens. Councillor Sundstrom, you no longer have a question, and I'm going over here to Councillor Pillen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm actually going to be abstaining from the whole lot, the amendment and the original motion. I just wanted to put it out there. I haven't been not supportive of the library. At all times, I believe we probably should have been utilising the funds that we had just to renovate the existing library that we have. We did speak about it in the briefing the other night, and I was asked whether I was supportive of getting the report on the extra office space and the car parking. To be honest, I wasn't supportive of the library, but if it is going to go ahead and it's got the numbers, I think we should be utilising that extra airspace and putting parking into Gosford, given that we had the 8 million in contributions sitting there. But the other thing we spoke about was the extra libraries. Director Vaughan spoke about putting staff working in out of those libraries, having more people due to COVID working from home, and potentially selling off the existing building. If all that was coming into play, I'd be more in a position to say whether I was supportive of it or not. So I will be abstaining, just given the facts that we have. But if it has got the numbers to go ahead, I think, as Councillor McGregor said, I think it should be using the extra office space and car parking. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pillen. Councillor Greenaway. No? Councillors, the 30 minutes has expired, so we've had 2 for, 2, we've had many for, many against. So I will now put the amendment as moved by Councillor Vincent and seconded by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands. Councillor Vincent, Councillor McGregor, all those against. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Smith, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Best, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Gale, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Burke. I declare the amendment lost. Councillor Gale, you do have a right to reply for the Gosford for your motion. I'll unmute you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I just hope the majority of councillors do support so that council can move forward with this particular library project. I mean, it's been on the table since we first took up our councillor positions, and I would like to see it moved forward. Like I've said, we have the funds available of 27 million. That's what's available. It's in our report. We do need to show some fiscal responsibility. We all want to do 1,001 things. At the moment, we're in a pandemic. We don't want to hold up this project. There's the 27 million to move forward with. Our staff have told us the car parking strategy is in the wing. It is happening. So we don't need to be focused on that. We don't want to be looking at a deficit for this project. So I just encourage my fellow colleagues to please support so we can move this project along and we can get access and ensure the project is done within our means with the funds available, which includes the Fed government grant, the 8.1 million that we've already mentioned, and the sale proceeds from Donaldson Street. So please, councillors, let's be sensible here and vote the motion through. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. For the record, please, for the amendment that was lost, Councillor Pillen was an abstention. That was my mistake. I declared her as against, but it was an abstention. Thank you. Thank you, staff. Therefore, I will move the motion as put by Councillor Gale, second by Councillor Sundstrom. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Smith, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Hogan, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Gale, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Burke. All those against? Councillor Vincent, Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Best. Abstentions, Councillor Pillen. I therefore declare the motion carried. Thank you, councillors. We're going to have a 5-minute break, councillors, before we move on to the notices of motions. Thanks, everybody. Councillors, we're just waiting on 2 more councillors. Oh, there's one more to go. Yes, we've got majority. We can start at item 6.1, which is Councillor McGregor, in the name of Councillor McGregor, and I'll take you'll be moving it with an amended version. Just for noting that Councillor Holstein has now also left the remainder of the meeting. Councillor McGregor, is the amendment up there?
That's on the screen and it's been circulated to councillors this afternoon as well.
A seconder for Councillor McGregor? Councillor Vincent. Councillor McGregor, feel free to speak to your motion.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, there's been a lot of talk about budget recovery and there's been a lot of talk about revenue and fiscal issues recently. Back in February, we were told at our budget planning workshop that there was going to be a service review as well as a review into the revenue of council. The original motion that I'd written after that was quite prescriptive in terms of where that was going, simply because as soon as you start talking about raising revenue, that starts to open the possibilities for regressive and retroactive policies to be enacted, which are good for council but not good for the community. An example of that would be extending paid parking all through the CBDs and the town centres. Now, we've already done the community consultation with that through the long-term parking strategy, and we've seen that over 90% of the community are opposed to the introduction of such a fee. So it was about trying to give some direction as to where we would go with these things, which are already currently being undertaken anyway. After consulting with colleagues, you'll see that the motion is worded slightly different and some of those more prescriptive things are now taken out of that. But basically what the motion is asking for is a workshop and a report now into the revenue raising for the council. And this is because the council has a revenue problem. The council has had a revenue problem the entire time through council, and it's something that historically councils do have an issue with. And that's because your rates funding, which is your guaranteed funding, is only 28% of the budget. Then you have your fees and charges. And then on top of that, you're reliant on external funding. So you're talking about government grants, which are sort of prescriptive for what the government of the day is trying to do. And it means that a lot of the projects and the services that the council and the community want to see are hard to follow through with. Now, this council does not have a fiscal problem. If anything, we should actually have an expansionary fiscal policy, the same as the state and federal governments do, rather than cutting back and adopting austerity, which is the direction this council's now decided to come into. Another item that I'd like to draw councillors' attention to is around the rates harmonisation. This motion is calling for extensive community consultation, and it's talking for the community to have genuine engagement in that. As we know, rates harmonisation is a very emotive issue. There's going to be winners and losers, but it is my belief, and I also think that this is not a singular belief, that there are opportunities for reductions and it doesn't need to mean a blanket rate increase for people. Another item that I'd like to draw people's attention to, which is in the resolution, which is not actually on the screen at the moment, it's actually further down, is the second part of it, which is talking about the historical legacy of the Wyong Council with their special rate variation, which has created a lot of the animosity and the issues around harmonisation because the Wyong rates were higher. So as per the special rate variation determined by IPART on Tuesday, the 11th of June 2013, this was a cumulative rise of 30.59% over 4 years for people that lived in Wyong. Gosford didn't have to go through that, and it's my view that we need to try and take the rates down for Wyong. Council needs to be able to pay for the services that we deliver and that the community expects, but we also need to make sure that when we raise revenue, it is through appropriate measures and it's not through putting on flat taxes on things and trying to go after people who do not have the capacity to pay. There are options for us to have long-term sustainable revenue into the future, which does not impact adversely on our ratepayers or our local residents and is better for the entire community rather than a select few.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Vincent.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I don't have a lot more to add to Councillor McGregor's address there, bar that we have looked at, I'm just trying to find the right wording for it tonight. It was the land transaction policy and land banking areas, which I think we could also consider. I think I am supporting this motion. And however, I would like us, if we were going to look at revenue increases, innovative ones, to maybe look at that when we're out of this COVID crisis, where we're talking about, say, special rate rises of $1, which I think is very minimal. And I thank Councillor McGregor for putting up something that doesn't have a major impact. But I certainly think that there's some latitude for innovation. There's some latitude for staff to come back to us with some proposals. I know as a councillor, I've been putting forward to council to sell some surplus land that council has to try and raise some funds. I've identified areas. One area that I identified, and actually I might just look at Councillor, the CEO, Mr. Murphy, can I talk about the land that I propose to sell for income generation? I don't think that's confidential, is it? It was the one that I did at the planning workshop.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Vincent, I'm not sure which one you're referring to. Maybe perhaps to be safe, so you're talking in general terms around, I guess, land sales and revenue generating assets. Maybe safest at this point. I'm not sure which one you're referring to in particular and whether it is subject to commercial in confidence at this point.
It's up at Bournevale there, and it's in close proximity to the airport side. I know I made some robust discussion comments about it in the planning. There were difference of points of view on how a sale could proceed, but I don't think we discussed any figures, or it wasn't going to prejudice any purchases as far as I was aware. I'd like to name the site if I can. I think you know the one I'm talking about.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Vincent, is this subject to a previous council resolution?
Yes. Yes, it is subject to previous council resolution.
Well, then unless that was in confidential, then yes, you may talk about it.
Thank you for that. I don't think it was in confidential. I remember it was brought to the council, and I can't remember. I think I might have even been the seconder of that one, but I'm happy to be corrected. But we have a Chappie Pie site there that has been sitting there vacant, and we could put a sale sign on that. I know there's some discussion on what a sale process would look like and what a sequence of events would look like and how that would go. But how I read Councillor McGregor's motion here is that we're looking for some latitude to raise revenue, and that doesn't necessarily mean dipping into the ratepayer's pocket. What that could be is the sale of surplus land, which we don't need, which is adding no value to the community at this point in time. And but that's what our land banking's for. That's why we acquire land. We don't sell parks. We don't sell community land like some of our previous councillors on this council that were on Wyong Shire were heading down the path of. But we do sell land that makes sense to dispose of. So I'll leave my comments at that. But I wouldn't like to be going to ratepayers asking them for any additional. But if we can find other streams of revenue, which Councillor McGregor is articulating, then I'm happy to support that.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Councillor Best, do you have a question or speaking against it?
Both, I think, but I have a question for, and I might change my mind after the question. Mr. Murphy, special rate variations we're talked about here. You okay, Mr. Murphy, Gary? Special rate variations. I didn't get to the rate briefing, but I think we've got 144,500 ratepayers in this shire. So if we did $1 special rate variation, let me do the math there. what's the kind of cost to the organisation to manage a special rate variation, an SRV? You know, I mean, it's a bit of how long is a bit of a string, but you get my gist. It's not a cheap exercise, is it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, you are correct that special rate variations, as you would know and councillors know, require extensive work to be done, not the least of which is the consultation with the community and the preparation of a robust case to IPART for them to consider. So you're right, it is how long is a piece of string, but we are talking in the tens of thousands of dollars for the community consultation alone. And then if you look at the preparation that's required prior to that, Mr. Oldfield may be able to add something to it based on the experiences we've had with the rates harmonisation, which I know is slightly different. But this council hasn't prepared a special rate variation thus far.
So you could, if you did it $1, because we're only doing $1, so if you did $1, you could gobble up the $1 in admin and management and preparation before you got to the end game of 140 grand in administration.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, potentially yes, in terms of the first year yield. I guess it would also depend on over what period of time that SRV would apply.
Are you familiar with SRVs going back in your time, Mr. Murphy?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Vincent, sorry, Councillor Best. Sorry, that was a Freudian slip there. I could see Councillor Best. Sorry, I'm doing it again.
The pain.
Yeah. Councillor Vincent was frowning, and he caught my eye because he's just above you on the screen.
I know he is for me too. Yeah, it's always above me. What you see in others is often what you see in yourself, Mr. Vincent, Councillor Vincent. Hey, Gary, could I ask you in the motion that's before us, this rather interesting document. It says here that a review of what other councils in other nations are doing. I just wondered how you might go about finding out what other councils and other nations are doing. I wonder what Latvia and China and, you know, Slovenia might be doing. Are you going to go that far?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, I'm not sure what the mover was intending. It probably would be beneficial, at least, I think, to compare what our
New Zealand, Gary?
Perhaps, yes. Thank you, Councillor Best.
Back home on the range. I understand. Look, Madam Mayor, I'll speak to it. Look, it's interesting that the author of this very motion attempted to tear strips off this council for having this very discussion a bit more soberly than what this is at the 8th of February workshop, where I foolishly raised the prospect of us having a policy around alternate income sources from primarily revenues of our extensive land bank, of which we receive almost nothing from. And we would guess we would have something in the order of $300 million worth of land. At 10%, that's $30 million we should be achieving income, not hitting the ratepayers up every time we need a new footpath. So, councillors, this document is just code for an extraordinary rate rise in any other colour, in any other language, in any other country. This is simply a thin edge of the wedge, and Councillor McGregor knows this. You can read with every single line, there is a grab for revenue instead of fiscal responsibility. If this council didn't lose $200,000 a day last year, $1 million a week, you wouldn't be doing this kind of stuff. An extraordinary rate rise, no one in their right mind, to quote, you know, Mr. Keating, you would have to believe in fairies at the bottom of the garden if any organisation or legislative tax vehicle like council is ever going to leave a special rate variation at $1. And to show how feeble the thinking is here.
Sorry, Councillor Best, we have a point of order from Councillor
Could you stop the
McGregor.
clock, please? Shane, thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
The point of order is that this resolution is not talking about having rate rises or anything like that. It's about talking about getting a report back on these things. And furthermore, if you actually read and have the ability to comprehend things, Councillor Best, you would say a small special rate variation, i.e. $1 per ratepayer to pay for footpaths or similar community infrastructure. Now, in the February workshop, we were
Where's the
talking
point of order,
about,
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, Councillor McGregor. So Councillor Best.
I
Councillor McGregor.
haven't finished yet. He's just making stuff up and he's not talking to the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Best. I do concur with Councillor McLaughlin. It's part, and it says bring it back to the councillors for discussion. So this is not about at all. So please refrain from misreporting what's actually in the motion.
Oh, well, I'll try and refrain from this at all, whatever that is, Madam Mayor. I will read the motion for those that can't read their own documents. As outlined, the mechanism of a special rate variation for specific purposes, i.e. a small levy of $1 per rate per footpath, I said this is the thin edge of the wedge, and that's what it is, and I back nowhere from.
Sorry, Councillor Best, there's a point of order from Councillor McLaughlin.
Clock, please.
Oh, just a small one. Please don't use my name as a in this motion. You said it from Councillor McLaughlin.
So,
yeah,
no.
I don't want my name on this motion.
Yeah,
Thank
no,
you.
I profusely and unequivocally, without reservation, apologise. It wasn't Councillor McLaughlin I was referring to; it was the mover. So look, it is what it is. If it quacks and it waddles, it's a duck. And this thing's just ducking for cover on revenue. It's going to a workshop. I mean, we see what happens in workshops. It's preordained before we go in there, is my view anyway, and I'm entitled to that view. If the ratepayers read this, they will see code written all over it for a rate rise and an ongoing rate rise. No council in its right mind holds $1 levy, $1. And the general manager said it costs more than $1 to administer an SRV. What a ridiculous situation. And you've got $300 million worth of property, which you've never sensibly dealt with. And now you want to put your hand in the ratepayer's pocket again.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just got a question, if I may. I actually didn't receive the amended version of this motion via email, so I'm trying to read it on the hop whilst we're on the floor here. I'm hoping that our terrific council support staff are able to pull it up a bit so we can read the end of it. But my question relates to number 3E, and I'm not sure, Madam Mayor, who I should direct it to. I suspect it will be Director Cox. But here it says review of developer contributions that have already been received since 2012 and that these funds are being spent as intended in areas that were collected for. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection was that state government have opened up the ability to look at development contributions and some flexibility for councils quite recently. So I would imagine that that particular point there is in direct contrast to that latest development. But I'll put that through you, Madam Mayor, if I may, through to Director Cox, if I can get some understanding around that particular number 3E.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Gale, there's probably a number of things too. I wouldn't say it's in contrast to the direction from the Minister for Planning in terms of contributions, but it's certainly consistent with that in terms of the fact that one thing, the direction from the Minister of Planning allows for the pooling of developer contributions funds that have been collected to be spent on shovel-ready projects. But the pooling of funds, they can still only be spent on projects that are within a plan. I suppose the only thing that may be a little bit contrast to 3 is that the fact that all contributions cannot be spent on anything apart from the projects that they're collected for in the plan. So,
thank you, Director Cox. Yes, no, I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all from me.
Thank you, councillors. Do I have anybody else speaking against the motion? No, we've had 2 for, 1 against, so there's no speakers against. Do I have anybody? Councillor McLaughlin.
I'll just speak very quickly on it. I think I just have to echo Councillor Best's things. I just noticed that where it says a special levy rate rise of $1 per ratepayer, that would be something like $300,000 for a footpath. Now, you'd probably get 300-400 metres a footpath. I'd imagine we'd want a bit more than that for a special levy rate notice. So I agree with what Councillor Best says. It's impossible just to impose a $1 per ratepayer levy. It would have to be considerably more than that. And then there's probably thousands of projects that are probably, you know, people would think would be a great idea to raise a levy for. So are we going to introduce thousands of special levies? And that's the thing, because everyone's going to come up with a project for a special levy. So once again, I think as you can say what it is, this really is just a way of looking for extra money and a cash grab. Why can't we just have a simple resolution that says councils will not waste money in the first place, and maybe we don't have to put the rates up? That would be a much simpler.
Well, Councillor McLaughlin, you're free to do that anytime you like.
Well,
Thank you.
maybe I'll bring it
then
in
you
next
can.
meeting.
Great. There are no further questions. So Councillor McGregor, right to reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In responding to some of the criticisms of this motion, like I said, basic comprehension, it says IE. So the idea would be to consider that as an option. It's not saying that that is the only option. Now, when you talk about the $300,000 for the footpath, well, maybe you shouldn't have voted for removing the footpath, the $300,000 for the footpaths there, because there was people there who did that. When it comes to the developer contributions, echoing what was said before, it's about making sure that they're spent in the area as for the plans per that area. So it's not contradictory to that. If the biggest criticisms of this motion are those two moot points, which aren't even relevant, then I'm sure that that would be enough to convince those to vote for it. Councillors, this is really quite a simple thing. We need to plan for a recovery and a way out of the recession and out of COVID. And there are two different options for how we can do that. We can actually be agile, nimble, quick, go for growth, to use Liberal Party slogans, and actually do things that are economically viable and in the long-term interests of the residents of the Central Coast, to ensure that that burden is not being met by the people who have the least capacity to pay. Or, as we've said, you can put in ham-fisted flat tax options like paid parking. You can privatise the childcare centres and sell off the community land like Wyongshire did when they had their $22 million deficit, which is what they did when they were in Wyong Council. Or you can actually have something which is driven through looking at the long-term revenue streams, and it's about servicing the community. Some of the things that didn't even get picked up were the issues in the motion around opportunities that exist through renewable energy or through the provision of affordable housing. We're talking about making this organisation viable in the long term rather than making short-term political decisions, which is what we too often see. One of the clear strategies that we've seen from some people through this council is that they'll vote against anything which is sustainable or anything which is actually going to provide long-term economic security for the Central Coast. We need to be focused on jobs and economic opportunities coming out of the crisis, of the twin crisis of recession and COVID. We're going to see a lot more job losses, and we're going to see a lot more business closures, and it's only going to get worse if we continue down this road that we're talking about, cutbacks and austerity. If we're actually going to support the community and we're going to support our local small businesses, we need to be able to have the money to generate long-term sustainable economic activity in our areas. And this resolution is looking to do that. So councillors, you've been given an option between something which is sensible, something which is conservative, and something which is in line with the mainstream economic thought in both this industry and across the board. Or you can go back to those old chestnuts of flogging everything off and cutting everything back, and more job losses and more of the things that the community despised about the former Wyongshire Council. You are being given a choice here today, and this is something that's going to be ongoing, not only over the next 12 months, but until we get through this recession and COVID. There are options. It's about doing things the right way to serve the community, or about doing the wrong thing, which affects the long-term economic security of both the region and this organisation.
Thank you, Councillor McGregor. I will therefore put the motion as moved by Councillor McGregor, second by Councillor Vincent. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Matthews, Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Hogan. All those against? Councillor Burke, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Gale, Councillor Best, Councillor McLaughlin. I declare the motion carried. Thank you. Councillors, we're going on to 6.2. I don't know about where you all are, but there's a severe lightning storm happening and my internet is intermittent and sometimes, so I'm just forewarning if people are starting to have some issues with their Wi-Fi, if you can just give us the heads up. It's starting to kind of get pretty rough out there. So please just keep safe, but let me know how you're going with your Wi-Fi because I know that this is starting to go here a little bit. So thank you. 6.2, the notice of motion ruling out rotting red bins. That would be in the name of Councillor Best. And Councillor Gale, you're seconding that? Yes, Councillor Best, away you go. No, you're on mute. There you go.
Thank you. Councillors, it's quite self-explanatory, and I must thank the staff for their contributions to this. The staff have indicated that this is not going to happen, and I noticed in the previous motion that it said the council maintain a high level of services in order to meet community expectations, including in areas of garbage pickups, but I didn't see a staff response quite like this motion's received, but that's the exact same thing, saying, well, you know, we're not going to cut back garbage services. Well, we're not going to cut back the red bin, and the staff are saying that's what they are thinking, though they take direction from this council usually. Then I think it's quite reasonable of this council right now, this minute, to put their hands up and tell the community that nowhere could be further from the truth that we will follow the Lake Macquarie model. You'll see at the bottom of the motion, if you scroll down, you'll see yellow highlights that quite clearly show that we have got some discussion happening within the exhibited document. We exhibited the document, and I asked you all a year ago to rule this out before it won an exhibition, but you voted that down a year ago. So people are a little bit fearful, mums with nappies, you know, prawn heads in the summertime. It's not a good look. It's just not. And we've got public health issues, you know, climbing all over us right now. We've got people in genuine concern for themselves and their families' well-being. And now they are of the view that maybe this council is going to consider finding some revenue savings. I mean, Councillor Smith's been out making quite clear around this issue that she's of the view that we can reduce waste to landfill by bringing in such a system. And we may well do that. But I think it's an awfully blunt instrument. And there are many green groups I'm well aware of that have very strong views around this. And I think we share many of their views where we try to slow down the perishables to landfill, but to force people into a situation of a fortnightly pickup with their red bin is just frankly unreasonable. And of course, there are no plans, like there are no plans to close any libraries after you open a mega library. Of course, you don't do that, but there are no plans. So Boris, if there are no plans with the staff, Madam Mayor, if there are no plans with the council, then the references in this document you have in front of you, which I admit are only references by community people flagging their interest in this possibility, then we rule it out right now and put it to bed. Don't have to go out for further consultation, further concern, just rule it out now. So all you have to do, put your hand up and say, we are not going to reduce red bin to fortnightly. It's a pretty simple argument, not much science to it. Just don't do it to the people. Don't leave them with the fear.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I still support this motion because there's, like Councillor Best alluded to, there is a fear out there and there is a level of uncertainty that Central Coast Council is looking at moving to fortnightly red bin pickup. And since the start of our election term, I've said on the floor numerous times that I will not support fortnightly red bin pickups. Now, I'm the only one on this Central Coast Council that came in with babies in nappies. My children are a little bit older now, but one was in nappies whilst being a councillor here. And I can tell you now, you cannot go to a single fortnightly pickup. It just doesn't work for young families. Just last week, I saw a young family with their bin overfull. Now, that particular mother, this is last week when I was out for a walk, went across the road and put her overflowing garbage bag into a park bin. Now, we know with COVID-19, that may have happened more so in COVID-19 lockdown. If we go into lockdown and we have another outbreak, we'll see more of that. So I'm pleased to hear, if that's the case, that staff are looking at ruling out moving to a fortnightly red bin pickup. It needs to remain weekly. I'm a strong advocate for weekly red bin pickup, and I won't move on that particular thought process. So I hope that councillors support this motion and we can knock it on the head once and for all. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Gale. I just want to clarify, when I joined council in 2001, my child was in nappies. Thank you. So you're not the first.
That was not Central Coast Council, Madam Mayor. I'm
it
talking
was
about
still
Central Coast
Wyong Council, still the same thing.
Yes,
still
but
a bin.
I'm
Still a
referring to
bin.
Central Coast Council in all fairness, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Greenaway.
This one is bothersome, to say the very least. We start off with the 6.2 notice of motion, ruling out rotting red bins. Ruling out rotting red bins. Interesting headline. Then it starts with, the council notes with great concern, numerous references encouraging the reduction of red bin pickup cycles. Now, I have not had a single person that is a resident ratepayer, visitor, other councillor, not a single person has mentioned any of this as a concern, not one. So I'm staggered that this has come to our attention as a notice of motion. It reminds me a little bit of the, oh, we're not going to have the prison built on the Chappie Pie land. We better fight that. I don't know that that was a serious thing to be fighting, but I don't think this is a serious thing to be fighting either, because we have a waste strategy, I think currently on exhibition, or maybe it's just the exhibition period might have finished and we're about to get a report back. We're going to be looking at all these things. I don't know, maybe we should change this resolution to any of these councillors here. Has anyone promoted this? I don't think anybody has. So when we have a motion that rules out things, that just concerns me, because we can say, as the other example was, maybe we should start ruling out closing libraries. Maybe we should rule out selling anything. Maybe we should rule out, like, just ruling out things. We're supposed to be saying what we are going to do, not ruling out everything. So I'm a little bit perplexed by this. I don't know where it's come from. I don't know why it's here. I think I'll have to abstain on this, because I'm not going to be voting to preempt what might be in a council report. When that comes back, that's exactly the type of thing we'll be discussing. And as I say, not a person on the coast has mentioned anything about wanting to move to a fortnightly waste pickup. This is just, to me, a work of fiction. But anyway, people might be different in Councillor Best's ward, but all I can say is it's never come to my attention as a concern of anybody's.
Thank you, Councillor Greenway. I'm aware that Councillor Smith's possibly got an amendment, but Councillor Sundstrom, you were next with a question, so I'll go to you with a question, and then Councillor Smith, I'll go with you for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. And once again, thanks to Councillor Best for his flowery and outlandish motion, which has one action in it, but 4 parts. Through you, Madam Mayor, to I think it'll be Director Bolgoff, just in relation to the document that you distributed, or staff distributed this evening, that the community wouldn't have had a chance to have a look at, that describes information that's been relayed to councillors that have been attending briefings recently. I'm talking about that document that was sent out at 5:03 this afternoon, Mr. Bolgoff.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Sundstrom. The information, the additional staff report that was sent out, essentially identifies that the draft waste resource management strategy did come to council on the 23rd of March. It has been on public exhibition. I can say that we've got around 60 submissions in relation to that strategy. We are looking at bringing that back to council. So no matter what happens today or tonight, the actual strategy will be coming back to council for adoption. If there is any changes to a bin system in the future, that would come to council also for resolution. So the strategy looks at different technologies. There's a whole heap of work that has to be undertaken in relation to that before we can even consider what's going to happen in relation to the bin system, because what goes out in the curbside has to match what then happens in the back end and the processing. So essentially, that's in summary what's being said in relation to the update. And I might just add that in relation to, and I think there is some comparison in relation to the green bin and the red bin. With the food and garden organics, which is the FOGO system, if a lot of councils have gone down that way, with the food, that does then mean that the green bin would be serviced weekly. So that's just something to, whilst our current green bin is obviously only serviced fortnightly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Smith, you have an
Can't hear you, Lisa. Madam Mayor.
I think you need to pull your thing down.
Hello.
Yep.
Okay, great. Sorry, Councillor Smith, you have an
Thanks,
amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. The meeting support staff hopefully have that. It's fairly simple and straightforward. So really, it's just noting that we do have a document that's been exhibited and that staff are preparing a report to come back to council. And it's just requesting that we consider this matter as part of the finalisation of that strategy. So I will move that way, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I believe Councillor Vincent would like to second your amendment. Yes,
thank you, Madam Mayor. I will just say I am mindful that there are some people that are genuinely concerned, and I don't dismiss the issues that have been raised by Councillor Best and Councillor Gale. I just think we're being asked to make a decision with pretty much no factual information in front of us. And I think it would be far better if we actually allowed staff to review the submissions on the draft strategy and prepare a report that came to council so that we can make an informed decision. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Vincent, seconder.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll second the motion, and I think this looks a lot more appropriate to the scaremongering, Chicken Little, skies falling, vote, I don't know, issue chasing motion that we had earlier on. And I guess when...
Excuse me, Councillor Vincent, we have a point of order from Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If we can just talk to the motion without the negative comments to other people, that'd be good. Thank you.
Councillor Vincent, that's not really a point of order. Councillor
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I'll if anyone's offended by those comments, I'll unreservedly retract them. And I will add that none of those comments were focused on an individual. It was focused on the intent of the motion. And the scaremongering, the sky is falling, circle the wagons, and you think, why would someone need to resort to this? And I guess from Councillor Best's perspective, and he's had probably, 30 years or something of it, 28 years, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Best, I'm happy to correct that figure. But as in like the last elections, Councillor Best, he got in with 0.05 of a vote. He was 153 votes in front of the next councillor, which would have had him out of there, which would have been, I can't remember his name, but he was a Liberal. And I thought for a Liberal, he seemed fairly reasonable. But Councillor Best is worried about votes. He's trying to create issues. He's trying to put, 1 minute we're running out of water and the sky's falling, and then now our dams are, doing all right and they're full, and not for, but they're on the increase. But Councillor Best just has to continually chase around, trying to create a headline, trying to create some controversy, trying to have the council going broke, going belly up, going sideways, going upways, according to Councillor Best. There's 50,000 voters in the ward, and I think 6,000 voters voted for Councillor Best, and Councillor Hogan and myself, well, 16,000 voters voted for us. But you'd think Councillor Best is like the majority on this council. But his problem is his margin. His problem is he needs to create controversy. His problem is he needs to chase votes vigorously, because he was only 153 votes in front of the next councillor who would have replaced him, which was a Conservative Liberal, which I sometimes think may have been better, but I'll retract that if that offends Councillor Best, of course. And those facts, if you'd like to have a look, they're on the ABC election website. So whilst I haven't quite spoken to this motion, I thank Councillor Smith for bringing it, but I can see why Councillor Best has this ongoing motive to create issue, have the sky falling, and try to be almost the flea on the tail of the dog, wagging the council. But I'll retract anything if I've offended anyone with those comments.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Do I have anybody speaking against the amendment? Councillor Best.
Madam Mayor, you should have pulled Councillor Vincent up suggesting I'm a flea on the tail of a dog. I think it's disgustful.
He actually retracted that.
Yes, he did after he said it with a flippant comment. He is a disgusting.
Sorry, Councillor Best, Councillor Vincent.
Shooting the messenger. That's
sorry, Councillor Vincent's waving at me. I'm suggesting.
I hope it is.
I unreservedly retract saying that Councillor Best could possibly be like a flea on the tail of a dog. If that has offended him, I retract that.
Thank you.
Well, not like a pimple on something else. Now, Madam Mayor, this issue, I'd like to ask a question of a staff member. I'm not speaking yet, so you can set the clock, ladies. Thank you. In the waste management plan, it talks about that we are looking at efficiencies, purchasables going to waste and cost saving. That's the big driver behind this, is cost saving. And Councillor Vincent quite openly suggested I was a scaremonger, I'm making up things and I'm a chicken little, I'm frightening everybody. Could I ask Mr. Oldfield a question, please, through you, Madam Mayor, since we're talking about money?
Mr. Oldfield.
Mr. Oldfield, where are you?
Yes, there he is.
Can't see him, but he's there, is he? Can you hear me?
He is there.
Hello, Councillor Best, I can hear.
Oh, thank you. Can't see you. Oh, there you are, you're up. Carlton, look, there was, you would have heard, there was a little bit of banter there from one of my colleagues about scaremongering and making things up and frightening people. I don't wish to frighten anyone. I really do try to stick to the facts. That's why I speak to you regularly about the numbers before I actually go into the chamber with detail. Would you be able to help with just the detail, the accurate detail, exactly how much did this council lose in the Q3 this year or last year?
Councillor Best, I believe you're asking about the budget deficit that we presented for the Q3 report.
Yes.
The deficit at that stage was 41.6 million.
41, and when we go to full quarter adjustment or full year-end adjustments, we've got some substantial adjustments in there. We may get to 50, mightn't we?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, it's not best to speculate at this stage. We're still comparing the 2020.
So I'm not scaring anyone, Carlton, to say $41 million loss, am I?
Through you, Madam Mayor, when we prepared the Q3 report, and that was our forecast at that point in time.
Thank you, Carlton. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So, councillors, my point is this nonsense of attacking the messenger that Councillor Vincent's just diatribed about, didn't speak to the matter at all, just came after Councillor Best and how he fell across the line after contesting 7 elections. I think I've contested as an independent, not as a party person. Councillor Vincent, I asked people who they may have voted for, and they say, oh, I don't know who I voted for. I just voted Labor. I just voted Liberal. They haven't got a clue who you are. They just vote Labor. So don't give me lectures about existence in a political environment. Thank you. Councillors, the matter that's on the motion, below the motion, and I'd like staff to scroll down to it if you could, please, to the support underneath it. If you'd have a look, can we bring the yellow up at all? Have you guys got the yellow, Madam Mayor? If we can hold the clock. The yellow highlights. They're on my other screen here. You've all got them on your machines. Is that correct, Madam Mayor? You've got the highlights?
I have not got highlights. I'm only looking at the screen that you all have in front of you.
Well, the motion that's on the books has at the bottom of it.
It's in the business paper, Councillor Best.
Sorry?
You're referring to the business paper? Everyone has them in the business paper.
Yes, they're in the business paper. You've got them then, so you can see them, can't you? There it is. Right. Can we scroll slowly on those, please? Just hold that one. The first one in the options, Madam Mayor, I think you should be able to read that. And by the way, some of the councillors said they didn't know what this was really about. The title of the
Sorry, Councillor Best, I have a point of order from Councillor Greenaway.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did think we were debating the amendment to the motion, so I'm just
You're speaking
unclear.
against the amendment.
Certainly am debating it. So thank you for your counsel, your wise counsel, Councillor Green.
No trouble, Councillor Best, but I just, the thread of your argument was a little bit tenuous to me. I just wasn't sure. But anyway, perhaps as you elaborate, it might all be revealed.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're not Mayor. So we've got the first yellow panel says introduction of weekly FOG services to collect food and garden organic wastes for fortnightly red bin pickup. Scroll down to the bottom yellows. Change collection frequency to once a fortnight to promote waste avoidance. And it goes on to talk about further. In addition, council will need to determine the collect organised red bin general waste in either fortnightly or weekly or fortnightly. It's all written there, councillors. I'm not making this stuff up like some would suggest in the room. They actually took the time to read it. You don't have to go to briefings to understand what's happening in this business, councillors. I know a lot about the business because I ask a lot of questions. I read business papers and I read accounts. Some of you might not be able to do that, Councillor Vincent. But look, at the end of the day, the public, as Councillor Smith had just said, and I wrote it down, there is general concern, and she's quite correct, or she's not the correct term, it's Councillor Smith is the correct term. Councillor Smith is quite correct. There is general concern, and that's why Councillor Gale supported this. We shouldn't have to bang on about this tonight and go around shooting the messenger. I mean, you shot the messenger on the $171 million library. And look what you did there, and you got yourselves nowhere. And you're coming after me for your own problems. For God's sake, all you have to do tonight is say, we aren't going to go anywhere near a fortnightly pickup for the red bin. That's it. Put me out of my misery, put the community out of their misery. Every child wins a prize. Why wouldn't you do it? Oh, we need more time to consult. We really want to consult with the public. Well, you've had 5 goes at the airport rescission motion. You voted that down every time for consultation. So you can't have your cake and eat it too, boys and girls. So the reality here is you don't have to go on about any more of this stuff. Simply vote this down now and say, we are not going to pick up the red bin fortnightly. Now, some might go, I haven't had anybody call me, I live in a cave, I don't know what's going on outside. Look, there are a lot of people very concerned about this. As Councillor Gale said, mums with nappies, people with fish and prawns and all the other stuff on a 40-degree day. And what do they got? They've got COVID on their doorstep and their bins are putrefying. And that's their fear. Whether it's true or not, it's a fear. It's like COVID. It's not on our doorstep. It's not in my street. But we're certainly concerned about it around here. We move very cautiously around here. It's called a human trait. It's fear. So why do we have to wait for us to go through workshops and discussions when we are saying here now we're not going to do it? Why don't we just not do it?
Thank you, Councillor Best. Councillor Burt, you're speaking against the amendment?
I'm speaking against the amendment, Madam Mayor. If the wheel's not broken, well, don't change the wheel. Weekly red bins work, yellow bins work fortnightly, green bins work fortnightly. I get a lot of mail, and I think everyone else does, about fences. They get it about trees, they get it about branches. Don't get anything about bins. So if it's not broken, don't worry about it. I'm against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. We have had 2 for, 2 against, but Councillor Greenway, I know you have a question.
Yeah, Thank you, Madam Mayor. It was just a question around, Councillor Best pointed out the highlighted bit in yellow under options, and it's got introduction of the weekly FOGO service and with a fortnightly red bin general waste collection. But directly under that, it says introduction of weekly FOGO with a weekly red bin general waste bin collection. So at no point is the one that he referred to being promoted. It's just they're called options. They're putting everything on the table, and all, you know, we at no point have said that we're going to do that. Or so I just again wanted to ask the staff, just because that one's in order slightly above it, has that got any significance, or are these just things that you're bringing to the community and bringing to councillors as a whole thought process to examine everything, and that it's not a promotion of it in any way, or it's not a favouring of it or a prioritising of it or anything like that?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Greenaway, that's exactly right. In relation to options, we have identified both options, and as I mentioned a little bit earlier, the type of technology was going to govern what we may well do, and if that's an option at all.
Okay, all right. Well, I give up. I don't see the purpose of this, the original motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Best, you have a question.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Mr. Bolgoff, Boris. So from the attachments under the motion and from your comments, you're saying that this is an option, but we, that's the staff, are not looking to promote it. What we've got here are comments from the 60 odd people, organisations, different groups with 3-letter acronyms, those kinds of people. They're the ones making some suggestions and observations in this document, correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Best, these are legitimate options in relation to you know, food and organics. In relation to if it's weekly or fortnightly, that will be something that would be coming to councillors for the red bin. You know, the research is saying there's around 43 councils in New South Wales out of the 128 that has some sort of options around the food and organic you know, green bin system. So as I mentioned, the strategy has gone out on exhibition. We've got, as I mentioned before, around 60 submissions that the staff are going through, and that will then determine, do we tend to change any of the contents within the draft policy that will become the strategy to council, which will become to council in late August.
So we can't rule out. We can't rule out the option that we may very well land on fortnightly red bins. We could do that, couldn't we? It's an option. You're just saying it's a live option. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, yes, that is an option.
How much is our overall waste contract?
There are several components in relation to the different pickups, and that is commercially in confidence. I certainly can provide that to you, separately, but we are.
I heard over the term of the contract, it's in the order of $1 billion. Would that be right?
No, sort of.
I'll get you the sums later. So it's many millions and millions of dollars. The waste
Correct.
contract. How long's the contract now? It was a 10, wasn't it?
10 years contract.
And what are we into? We've now moved through the term where we can actually alter the contract. That happened in January, didn't it?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we can alter the contract through
We
negotiation
legally
at
can
any
alter.
time. Yes.
Yeah, there was an amnesty on alterations that would cost us if we did it. I think we went through that in January. So we're now in a position where we can alter the contract. So if you've obviously.
Sorry, Councillor Best, I have a point of order from Councillor Sundstrom.
Another contribution.
Thank you, Councillor Best.
Yep. Don't worry about technical contribution. You can do that in person later when I see you.
Is that what what's Flipper's?
The point of order.
Sorry, Councillor Best. Councillor Sundstrom.
I'd like to see Councillor Best brought back to the amendment which we're discussing at the moment, rather than talking about discussions of how much the contract may be for our waste services. It's irrelevant as far as this.
Councillor Sundstrom, I have to disagree with you. In a way, it is relevant in relation to what it costs. But can we wrap it up, because Councillor Best, now you.
I will. Where I was trying to go with it, I thank you for your recognition that money is everything in the discussion. So, Mr. Bolgoff,
Councillor Vincent, you've got your hand up.
You've clearly done your numbers.
Sorry, Councillor Best. Councillor Vincent had his hand up. I'm assuming he has a point of order. Sorry, Councillor, you have to unmute.
Does he have to?
Councillor Best.
I'm sorry, Councillor Best. I'm not trying to disrupt you or anything. It's not a point of order. I was just putting my hand up to look at a critiquing of the motion, but I'll let Councillor Best continue and then maybe put that when he's finished.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. He could have just shaken his head. Madam Mayor, thank you for the point of order with Councillor Sumter. Clearly the money is the point. Mr. Bolgoff, you've obviously done numbers. You wouldn't have not done numbers. What kind of millions are we talking if the council chose to reduce its service on red bins to weekly? How many, nearest 10 million, what would we be looking to save a year?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councillor Best, it's likely to be a direct offset, because the FOGO service would go, or the green bin service would go from fortnightly to weekly, so it nets out to be a nil change if that was the way that the council went.
If the council went that way, yeah, and if they didn't, it would be many millions of dollars difference in the contract, I would imagine, by reducing it to once a fortnight.
Yeah, there'd be a cost, a significant cost change, yes.
So, councillors,
Councillor Best, your time has expired, your 3 minutes.
Yeah,
I've been very lenient.
It have been very good. Thank you very much.
So thank you.
Now.
Throw me off my game. I just have, sorry, Councillor, just a moment. I just have something to say myself. In the former Wyong Council, Team Orange tried to get rid of the green bins. So I guess Team Orange, which Councillor Best, you were part of Team Orange, it's about now we better save a bin, because we tried to get rid of one and we know how well that went, because the lead orange man's no longer on this council. So, I'm a little bit perplexed as to where we're going with this, but, I certainly can't support going to a fortnightly bin. So I will be supporting your motion here tonight, but I do find it interesting that, well, you've learned from your mistakes anyway. There's no use getting rid of bins, Councillor Best. Councillor Vincent.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And I also remember when the Team Orange six-pack moved to take away the green bin. Yeah, they I don't know what they thought there, but that wasn't, I don't think that was a very a good move for them to be trying to reduce. Anyhow, better get to the.
Are you trying to put up an amendment?
If the mover, Councillor Smith, would you consider at least here giving some certainty that we are going to have the finalisation of the resource strategy, and at this point in time, could you put in there that we have no reason to think that we may be removing red bins or something like that, for this term of council, that this point in time we have nothing that's driving us. Staff are preparing a report. They can write in a report whatever they would like, but could you consider some wording along the line that there's nothing that is driving us at the moment to be taking away red bins?
Madam Mayor, I won't accept that as part of the amendment. I think the amendment is about getting the report back from staff and then considering that.
Okay, thank you. Well, therefore, I'm going to move the amendment.
Well, I'd like to close, Madam Mayor, if I could.
Yes, my apologies.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So look, it's disappointing when you listen to this kind of debate because it really diminishes the work of our council and it diminishes the work of our staff. Waste management is a core business for councils. It's something that all of our residents are aware of, all of our residents are very conscious of. It's also a really large sector of professional people that talk to each other, that come up with innovation, that come up with new systems, that look at behaviour change, that look at how to address the problems that are related to waste. The staff prepared a draft strategy. It's been out on exhibition. There is a report due to come back to council. I know that there will be things in the staff recommendations that I'm not inclined to agree with, but I'm interested in seeing what that report will say. So it is disappointing that councillors spend so much time basically diminishing the work of our staff. It's really quite demoralising, I would think, when you know how much work they have put into these documents. Councillor Vincent, I don't want to accept that. I have no, no particular favour for red bins or not red bins. What I would like to see is that we go through a proper process, we consider the information that comes back to us, and then we make an informed judgment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'll therefore move the amendment as moved by Councillor Smith, second by Councillor Vincent. All those in favour of the amendment, please raise your hands. Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Hogan. All those against? Councillor Burke, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Gale, Councillor Best, Councillor McLaughlin. I believe somebody help me with the maths. Oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's, oh, sorry, everybody moves. Sorry, just give me those against. Okay, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Councillor McLaughlin, are you against the amendment? No, he's not. Well, then the amendment is carried then. If you're against, the amendment is, therefore, it becomes the motion. Sorry, yeah. I asked Councillor McLaughlin, was he, and he said he didn't put his hand up. So, Councillor Best, point of order, yeah, I can hear. I asked Councillor McLaughlin, I've tried to unmute you, unmute yourself. I have asked Councillor McLaughlin, and
I'm voting
he
for it.
said
You're
no.
correct. You're correct. The vote is correct.
So the vote is correct.
When you recounted just then, I thought you were counting for the motion, my motion.
Okay.
Counting for
the amendment. Yep.
Not my motion.
That's right. So I was counting for the amendment, and I said those that are against the amendment, put up your hand, and that was the second count. Councillor Burke, Councillor Matthews, and then it was yourself, Councillor Gale, and myself. I asked Councillor McLaughlin, was he voting against the amendment, and he didn't put up his hand.
That's correct.
So therefore,
because you have the numbers if he votes that way.
that's right. So the amendment is carried.
Okay.
Okay, so the amendment now becomes the motion. So therefore, you've already had right to reply, Councillor Smith, with your last. I will now put the motion as moved by Councillor Smith, second by Councillor Vincent. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Smith, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Sundstrom, Councillor Mertens, Councillor Greenaway, Councillor Vincent, Councillor Hogan. All those against? Councillor Burke, Councillor Matthews, Councillor Pillen, Councillor Gale, Councillor Best. Abstentions? Councillor McLaughlin?
No, I'm for it. I'm okay.
No. Sorry. I'm having, did you vote? You voted for the motion. Oh, I'm giving up that. Okay, we're saying, so you voted for that motion. Okay, therefore I declare the motion carried. Thank you. Okay. Sorry, councillors. My problem is the voting schedule goes straight over what I'm trying to read and I can't see where people are at. And as soon as hands go down, so my apologies, councillors, for getting quite confused on that issue. Therefore, the motion is carried. The final motion of the night is 6.3. In the name of Councillor Greenaway and Hogan, I take it as Councillor Greenaway is moving, Councillor Hogan second. So therefore, Councillor Greenaway, the floor is yours. And I believe we have an amended motion.
Yes, it is slightly amended, Madam Mayor, just in light of the late report that we got, I think, on Friday afternoon. If people want to read that, but essentially we're just saying that we're asking the CEO to take the appropriate steps to remove the $250 fee. That may require anything from advertising to submissions and things, but whatever the steps are, I'm sure he knows them. And the last item, the last paragraph, number 4, just requests that the CEO investigates opportunities providing long-term protection, and that a meeting between staff and relevant staff and interested councillors be convened for this purpose before the end of August. And being on other committees and things, I have often noticed that it's difficult to get more than 2 councillors together. So just for the purposes of this, a meeting is, 2 councillors sufficient for the purposes of the meeting. So that's the motion in full. If anyone needs any further explanation, I'm happy to provide it.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. Councillor Hogan?
Yeah.
Yep, you're good to speak.
I'm good, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor, but thank you, Councillor Greenaway, for bringing this motion to the chamber. I think it's really important. It's something we did miss, and I was out of the room for the fees and charges. However, I feel very strongly about your motion and taking out the $250 fee. If you do a quick search on the council website, you'll go under environment. The first thing you see is pest and weeds, not fun. Coastlines, bushfires and flooding, and environmental. Nowhere in there is about the tree registry. Second to that, if you look at other councils' websites, you'll see headings such as pruning, a new tree, a dead tree, inquiries, significant trees, permits. It's very clear, it's very transparent as what you can do with the trees. Through this term in council, we've seen the pile burning policy, we've seen the tree policy go through, but unfortunately I think what we've seen here is something slip under the radar, but also that our policies aren't together and they're not uniform. So we actually need policies and procedures around trees so everybody knows the answers to every question. What do I do with an overhanging tree? I have a tree of significance. Well, how do I register that? If you go to our website, there's actually this under construction, and that's sad. We talk about transparency, and this is one of the areas that we need to be very transparent about. So people are doing the right thing rather than the wrong thing. We also talk about tourism opportunities, and I know for myself, and I'm sure for everybody that's sitting here, when we're in the car with our families, you play all those games, and who can see the curliest tree, who can see the biggest tree. I know for myself and travel quite a bit, there's lots of forests around Australia and the world that will point you in the right direction to a tree of significance, and I can't see any trees of significance here. One of the other last things that concern me is that 25% of our significant trees have been removed, and whether they've been removed by mistake or by council is of particular concern. I also want to thank Joy Cooper for raising this with the councillors, because somebody has to go through this stuff with a fine-tooth comb, and Joy's certainly done that. So thank you, Councillor Greenaway. This notice of motion is simply asking.
Sorry, Councillor Hogan. Councillor Greenaway has a point of order.
Okay.
Councillor Greenaway?
Sorry, Councillor Hogan, I just thought I should raise it before you finish. My initial speech, which wasn't a speech, I was just clarifying what the amendments were. So I think, Madam Mayor, getting you to speak next means she missed me actually speaking. So I'm just making the point of order that it's sort of out of sequence, but I do want to speak to my motion.
Yep, and I'm going back to you. So, Councillor Hogan, your time has expired. Did you want to add?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I had 5 seconds on the plate.
Okay, 5 seconds.
I want to thank Councillor Greenaway for bringing this attention, and it's only to remove the fee until we can further look at the meetings that she's organising. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. My apologies.
All right, I thought it was odd.
That's okay, Madam Mayor. I was just a bit shocked that you threw to Councillor Hogan so quickly. But firstly, I'd like to thank Councillor Hogan and Councillor Mertens for bringing the significant tree register to the attention of this council back in August 2019. At that time, the council resolved to expand the significant tree register to include trees across the former Wyong Shire. I supported the motion, having lived under the devastating tree policy of the former Wyong Shire Council that saw the removal of trees and the resultant damage to habitat, amenity, heritage and community wellbeing. So here we are nearly a year later, and we still don't have a process by which people can nominate trees from the former Wyong to the register. So we just need to bring it back to get some steps moving, because people do value their trees. They do value them for all sorts of reasons. And we just need this process. So I'd like to thank the community who've been in touch with me about this issue, and to help me understand their understanding of how the tree register used to work, because it was, as I say, a former Gosford initiative. I'd like to thank the staff for the report that came out last week that details all the legislative changes that appear to have removed additional protections afforded to significant trees listed on the register. It would be almost impossible for a community member to be across all those changes and to have noticed as protection appears to have gradually been stripped away. Back in August 2019, Council also resolved that the permit process around removing trees be streamlined and the cost to ratepayers minimised, yet what we have seen is the introduction of a fee of $250 for our significant tree register. Nominating a tree is not of any personal benefit to someone. It is a community service that doesn't particularly benefit the nominator. I believe such a fee could end up being prohibitive and have perhaps the unintended consequence of discouraging people from nominating any trees to the register, which is sort of counterproductive. Our natural assets are one of the most highly valued aspects of the Central Coast. Local residents say this, visitors to our region say this. The significant tree register was a means, it now appears an imperfect means of protecting these assets, but the community still wants to protect the trees. Identifying and recording the significant trees is seen as a major opportunity for showcasing the Central Coast's environment and heritage. Other areas have tree registers that celebrate trees for their outstanding horticultural value, their aesthetic value, their Indigenous value, or their heritage value. Other areas have interactive maps to enable locals and visitors to locate and view significant trees that align with a person's particular interest. Other areas have heritage trails that are enhanced by the inclusion of trees. We don't want to be looking to other areas. We want to be an example of what can be done. I encourage as many councils as possible to attend the meeting with staff, to develop our own success story and to leave a valuable legacy for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenaway. In line next is Councillor Vincent.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I support the motion brought by Councillor Greenaway and Hogan. I wonder if the mover would consider an amendment. I've heard you talk about the tree policy being, the significant tree register being unique to Gosford. In Wyong, before we had that horrendous tree policy come in, the slash and burn one, there was a significant tree register in the Wyong area, and it was trees of cultural significance at East Budgewoi.
Was that the tree preservation order?
Yes, with the ancient paper barks that are there, and they were trees of significance as well. But could we put a 0.5 there and say that the council look at reinstating previous trees of cultural significance or something, or mention the cultural significance as different to a significant tree? I can speak to this if you like, or I can...
Perhaps we could ask staff. So when we get the significant tree register up and running, I think we can nominate trees for that register based on a number of categories, and one of them could be culture.
So could you put in brackets there somewhere, i.e., but not limited to cultural trees, but just so that they're on the record there as something that we're looking to reinstate.
Okay, maybe in point 2 where it says others are of historical, I could put comma cultural or heritage value. Would that satisfy you?
Yeah, that'd be good, thanks.
I'm happy with that.
Cultural significance. Cultural.
I don't know if they can cultural, not culture.
URAL.
That's it.
That's it.
Are historical, cultural, or heritage. Maybe
cultural significance or heritage value. That's okay.
Oh, okay. Leave it as it is. Thank you, staff. I can't see who it is, but
I'd better check that the seconder is okay with that.
Councillor Hogan, can you see the little extra bit we added?
Got to turn your mic's not on.
Yep, that's fine. Councillor Vincent, I think it was in the original motion as well, so that's fine.
I wasn't speaking to that before. The clock seemed to have lost a minute, and I was just looking for an amendment. But thank you. But I'll be brief. The area here, it is observed that we're asking residents to try and preserve the environment and trees of significance, trees of value, trees of cultural significance, to pay $250 to try and protect environmentally historical or significant trees for future generation, for future use. You know, we're just custodians here at this point in time, and we're caretakers. And for someone to have to pay $250 out of their own pocket to try and put a tree on a register just sounds absurd. In the previous Wyong Council, our local dune care coordinator, Phil Heaton, he'd done a lot of work there on the sand dunes, rehabilitating, taking out biddo bush, trying to protect the environment in that area. And there were ancient paper barks down at East Budgewoi, which were disappearing one by one. These were 350 year old paper barks that were here long before many of our ancestors, I'm treading on delicate wording now, before some of our predecessors were here. So, but these 200-300 year old trees were just disappearing. And Mr. Heaton came and saw me, and we put a motion through council. There was a list of trees of cultural significance put in the Wyong tree register, but over time it disappeared, and it seemed to disappear at the time when it said that any resident could chop down any tree anywhere they liked on their property. But the problem was we didn't have a lot of certified arborists available, and to give guidance and to say whether a tree was significant or whether it was culturally significant, and they were being lost. So thank you, Councillor Greenaway, for bringing the motion. Thank you for making it accessible for the community to be able to list the trees. And thank you for considering the trees of cultural significance. For us to lose some of these ancient trees that have been around that are not causing any great issue, but get taken down just because some people don't like trees, because they're tree haters, or they just don't see the value of them or the worth in them. Once they're gone, you can't just replace them. They take hundreds of years, some of these. So I really do support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vincent. Next, we have Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. to seek to support the resolution as it stands on the screen. I thank the mover and seconder for bringing this to the chamber and responding to the community concern over this. Now, this was one that came out after, you know, a few people did a dig through the fees and charges and then got in touch with the media, and it's been all over the media as well as the radio, the Facebook. It seems to be something that people, young, old, all over the Central Coast are quite concerned about. So I think bringing in this change and rectifying this wrong will be an important decision to make, and it shows good reflexive thinking from the people who are going to be supportive of this and the community's intention with this. One thing that I would like to raise, which hasn't been raised, is the economic side of it. Now, when we were talking about revenue earlier tonight, I would consider that this fee was an example of something that was merely revenue raising. This is not something which was going to generate a lot of revenue. It was something that was prohibitive, and it was something that was not necessarily targeted where it should be. So I think this is a good example of one of the fees and charges that was wrong, that were adopted previously. And it's important that when we do recognise where we have made errors, that we're able to rectify them for the community and respond to the community concerns. So just wanted to flag that as an issue and make sure that people were considering that, and also wanted to thank the people who have brought the resolution to the chamber, and I hope that a majority of councillors, if not all councillors, will support it. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Gale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just got a question, if I may, through you, please, to the appropriate director, I suppose. I think it's Director Cox, is that right? And all my questions have been for Director Cox tonight. Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm reading here in the report back to Council, it says the fee, so through you, Madam Mayor, to Director Scott Cox, could you please clarify that what I'm reading is correct? The fee adopted by Council is not a fee to nominate a tree for listing on the Significant Tree Register. It is for a review of significant tree applications. Not all nominations will require review and therefore not require application for the council adopted fee of the $250. Director Cox, is that correct, what I'm reading?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Gale, it's for trees, yes, where there's an application and then requires extensive research into that application to see whether the tree should be listed on a register. The basis for the fee was also too that staff, when they did a review of the existing tree register of the 116 entries, they found only that 11% of those 116 entries were considered appropriate for inclusion onto the Central Coast Tree Register. So I suppose the intention of the staff was to try and have a well-resourced and a practical register that could go into take the significant tree register into the future. However, I think that we've heard tonight that the community, a lot of concern about the fee, and we'll take that on board.
Thank you, Director Cox. But through you, Madam Mayor, so the fee was just for the review, not to put a tree on a registrar. Is that correct?
If you're a homeowner and you want your tree listed, there would be no fee for a homeowner to put their own tree from their own property onto the register.
So therefore, it was a minority group?
More so for public lands where a tree may be identified and would require some significant research.
Thank you, Director Cox. Through you, Madam Mayor, do we have numbers on how many reviews we've had to do?
With that fee in itself? No, the only review that's been taken to date is just a staff review of the existing former Gosford Tree Register, just to make sure how many of those trees were relevant.
Okay.
And staff were also working on a new list of criteria that would include whether it's cultural heritage or scenic qualities, new paperwork, a whole range of things to roll out the new tree register application forms. However, we then got hit by bushfire, we then got hit by flood, and then we've hit by COVID. So that's been one of the key delays with rolling it out.
Yeah, thank you, Director Cox, because until I read through the report, I had wrongly assumed that this was for every tree, not just for a review of the tree. So I thought the $250 fee was for everyone wanting to put a tree per tree on the register, whereas it's not for that at all. It's for the review. So thank you for that. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Gale. Next is Councillor Best.
Continuing on to Scott, if I may, I didn't get to read that document that Councillor Gale's referring to, but she certainly asked a number of questions I wish to check with you on. So this is only a policy, Scott, for trees in the public domain that there is a cost associated with, you just said. That's correct?
Primarily, Councillor Best.
And how many have we got on this register?
How long's a piece of string?
Councillor, as I said, that there are 116.
I thought you said that. Yeah, 116 in the public domain.
But of those, as I said
that's
before,
how long the piece of string is. Yeah, thank you. I thought you'd answered that already. So we charge the $250 just to support the staff time and all the things that you people have to do to get through reviewing these various trees, but not on private property.
But that's correct, Councillor Best. Not if it's self-nominated, no.
So we know there's one lady who has raised this with some of my colleagues and a block of soap, I think, as well. But how many complaints have you received as our director? What's your department looking like? Is it inundated with complaints about this? I mean, we've got 340,000 residents. I mean, nearest 10,000, Scott. How many have complained?
Just to qualify your question, Councillor Best, complained about the fee itself, or
the fee? Yeah, the fee, the terrible fee that doesn't exist on their private property.
To date, I can't speak for my staff whether they've directly received a complaint, but I have seen a number of the media reports about the fee being imposed, and we've had a number of inquiries from the media.
So if a tree ends up on the register, what extra protections does it achieve under law if it goes on this register? If someone says, look, we have just got to remove that tree, can they still do it, or have they got to take the highway around it?
I think what it brings, I suppose, it gives it more weight in its consideration, but I suppose at the end of the day, it would depend on, I suppose, and one of the key criteria that's identified with the current tree policy as well is that whether it's dead or dying or dangerous as well. So that would be a consideration, particularly in the eventual determination of the tree.
Do you know how much the fund generates a year? I mean, this fees and charges, the councillors are railing against it, but we actually just approved the fees and charges a few months ago. This would have been in there. How much have we raked in from this, very lucrative income stream?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Best, this was a new fee being introduced, and
which council adopted.
So it's still only in draft. We haven't received any income from it yet because it hasn't been adopted.
Mm-hmm. And if I wanted to nominate my half a dozen tuckaroos that are 5 years old at the front, I could do that.
Correct.
Beauty. Oh, Madam Mayor, may I make comment?
Sure, Councillor Best.
Look, I understand the sentiment of this, but this is where the Board of Council, the organisation, and by the way, the budget is not $800,000 for McGregor, it's $573 million, not $800 million. We need to kind of try and stay at that upper level if we can. Now, this is important, but as Mr. Cox just said, it doesn't affect any of our constituent ratepayers on their private properties. There is a cost to everything. don't think we're inundated with people running around wanting trees in public spaces protected. And if they were, or they came to me, I would speak to Mr. Cox and say, Scott, could you have a look at this, please, and tell me what you initially think, rather than start a full-blown investigation if it's not really warranted. Now, if we take the fee out, then anybody can just nominate. It's a bit like who's going to pay their rates when they realise there's no penalty interest anymore. It's the same game. If you take the fees away, then people are just going to go, well, I can nominate 50 trees, Mr. Cox. I don't know what you'll be doing for the rest of your life, but it won't be DAs, it'll be tree counting. So everything's got a flow-on effect. And I understand the sentiment of this, but at the end of the day, it's not a massive issue. If it was something that was super significant, you know, we found Woodbury's Park's tree planted 200 years ago and we discovered it, and that, my God, this was planted by Mr. Woodbury, we as a council just might come together and manage that a bit better, you know what I mean? But to now change a policy which staff, the operational team, have decided, look, there's a cost to all this, we should really ask people for a few dollars. The lady who complained to you, I conveniently forget her name, maybe you could ask how many trees she's nominated. How many times has she actually gone through this process and not being able to get trees in the system? So this is why we lost $50 million last year, $1 million a week, because we think, you know, benevolence grows on trees. Well, it doesn't. It costs. It costs to touch a tree. It costs to look after a tree. It costs to assess a tree. So people can now, if you put this up, this is not even asking, I don't think, investigate. It's actually doing. This is a doing motion. So at the end of the, I mean, really, at the end of the day, this is a crowd in a phone box type situation. But the thinking of this is an operational issue. It's like putting councillors on staff committees, you know, and trying to get involved in operational activities. It always doesn't end well.
Thank you, Councillor Best. Next we have Councillor Greenaway has a question.
I did just have a question in respect to that report that, well, actually, it was the question that I asked about the $250 fee. There were two things. One is that Mr. Cox, if he's still there, said, I think he said it wasn't a fee of nil, there was no fee, or the other way around. I was wondering if he could explain why that distinction is so important. And the second thing I wanted to ask is, the reason people are objecting to the fee is because they are nominating trees on council land. So if the tree is on their own land, they can protect that tree themselves. But if it's on council land, then they need to make an issue of that tree being a council or community asset, and that's why they want to nominate it. So if we have that fee for trees on council land, how would that not discourage people? Because people with their own land, they don't have to pay, but it's community land and all of a sudden they have to pay. So how do you think that wouldn't discourage people from nominating trees? And then Councillor Gale as well, the question, so now I've got three. She mentioned it's not to nominate a tree, it's to review it, but still could you just confirm that the community person would be the one having to pay that fee? So maybe that third one's the easiest one, because I think that's just a yes, but over to you.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Greenaway, yes, the intention, whoever lodged the application would be subject to the fee.
Okay, so that's point one. What was the distinction? What was the importance of the distinction between not having a fee or a fee of nil dollars? I just couldn't remember why that was an important distinction to make.
From recollection, Councillor Greenaway, I think it was in relation to whether or not there was a fee for private property if someone's self-nominated.
No, there was an answer that said it wasn't no fee, or it wasn't a fee of nil, it was no fee. And I thought, well, in most people's minds, that's the same thing. But I just wondered, was there some significance attached to there being no fee as opposed to a fee of nothing?
I don't understand your question, Councillor Greenaway.
Oh, well, I'll have to send it to you because I'm pretty sure it came from an email of yours, but I will have to email that to you. So the other one was the council, the trees on private land, the resident can protect that tree itself, him or herself, because it's on their land. But the trees on a public space can only be nominated and can't be protected by anyone other than the community at large, which is council. So I was just wondering why anyone would think that the $250 fee, which you've just confirmed has to be paid by the person who's seeking the review, why that wouldn't be seen as a deterrent to a usual, like, who's got $250 to just... So have you had that feedback?
You're possibly right, Councillor Greenaway, and I suppose tonight is some of that feedback I'm getting back that the councillors would be receiving from their constituents.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McLaughlin, you had a question you put on the chat. Did you want to formally?
I think I've read through in there. I just want to clarify that no one can just nominate a tree on someone's private property without their knowledge or permission. Is that correct? I just want to ask.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor McLaughlin, no, it should require at least the owner's consent rather than having a third party nominate on a private property.
And if the owner doesn't consent, what is the situation then?
Then it wouldn't be considered.
Okay.
Okay, councillors, there are no further questions. Do we have anybody want to speak against it? I think we've kind of that. Okay, Councillor Greenaway, right a reply.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a great deal more to say other than when the council areas merged, I do remember people from the former Gosford speaking highly of this register. And so people did want it to be embraced right across the coast. So it's been with some disappointment, I guess, that we have learned that the original protections that were afforded to the trees, as I understand it, under LEPs and DCPs and other local planning instruments. So now we're having to look at innovative ways to protect these trees. So that's why we've got the point 4 there, so we can get people to come along to a meeting, toss around a few ideas, see what's practical, see what's feasible. We want to actually achieve something effective. We don't just want to end up with a list of trees that people like. We want to have a list of trees that people really value and are afforded some sort of protection and can be, as we say, used as an educational purpose or used as a purpose to get people to engage with their history, with their culture, with the horticultural assets that we have here on the coast. So I hope that councillors are supportive of this motion. We really do value trees for all sorts of reasons. It doesn't impact anyone in their own home. It's simply a matter of people recognising a tree and saying that is a really significant tree for purpose A, B, C, D, E, whatever, you tick the box. And then if that's reviewed and found to be the case,